I was not preparing to do a live this morning until I heard the show going on, which is called The Exit Show. And during the show, a gentleman steps in and says, I need to be relieved of whatever is connected to me in my body, right? And they sent him somewhere to go, like to some pay app, I don't know, like to go collect to get something out of us. The first thing that I believe is stuck in us would only be my opinion and my mathematical thoughts, right? The algorithms of this planet, what the planet has told me, what they have spoken to me and told me. Hello, H. How are you? I see you're here. So I'm just going very slow. Have no idea what's going on. I have a few things to do before I start. I just wrote a little song this morning. I'm gonna take a look at this song and see what it is. Okay, let me see if I can find the song. Just want to see what it says. Just listening to this, preparing.
Past the 49th line where the frost leaves slow. April winds still bite, but the heart starts to glow. 10 in the morning, sun kisses the trees. Taurus rising, rooted like bees. The Cusca sings soul carved deep in the land. Not easy to bend, not quick to understand. But there's fire in the calm and light in the snow. Still asking the questions I've always known. Why do I need everything my way? Why can't they shift or just hear what I say? I see the world with northern eyes, steady and bold under April skies. Why don't they see the light I hold? Why do their hearts feel distant cold? I'm not asking them to change the core, just tilt a little, just a little more. Who's guessing rivers like thoughts in my head, moving and frozen in words I've not said? Why can't they be the friend I need? Just bend a little, plant the seed. Is it too much to ask for a mirror to see? The patience, the pain, the Taurus in me. I don't need control, just a gentle adjust. Some warmth in the silence, a flicker of trust. Why do I need everything my way? Why can't they shift or just hear what I say? I see the world with northern eyes, steady and bold under April skies. If they could pause.
Okay, so I'm just doing one more thing here. Oh boy. Okay, this. We are in slow-mo mode today, are we not? I'm trying to look. Oh, there it is. Oh yeah. Okay, we got to start it off this way. I like which go? Yeah, this would be the best.
They take a cut when you work all day. Skim a little more when you get your pay. Call it income, call it fair. But I see hands everywhere. Sales tax when I buy my food. Property tax on the house I choose. Carbon tax on the air I breathe. They even tax the land and sea. Oh, the taxman's game, the taxman's song. They take a little bit all year long. From the east to the west, from the poor to the best. They got their hands deep in our pockets, no rest. Yeah. They tax your car, they tax your land. They tax your dreams, they tax your plans. Tax on dividends, tax on rent. Tax on dollars already spent. The IRS and the Cray, they take their share, they make you pay. T5 forms and credits due. Protection B, just more red tape for you. Oh, the taxman's game, the taxman's song. They take a little bit all year long. From the east to the west, from the poor to the best. They got their hands deep in our pockets, no rest. They tax your car, they tax your land. They tax your dreams, they tax your plans. Tax on dividends, tax on rent. Tax on dollars already spent. The IRS and the Cray, they take their share, they make you pay. T5 forms and credits due. Protection B, just more red tape for you. Oh, the taxman's game, the taxman's song. They take a little bit all year long. From the east to the west, from the poor to the best. They got their hands deep in our pockets.
Okay, get rid of that song. Monkey see, monkey do. Got all my X's with me. The rotating of one X will turn to two houses. When this one turns, right? If this one turns, let me see this. Am I going the right way? When this one turns to the right, it'll turn this one to the left, clockwise and counterclockwise, right? This one over here doesn't go anywhere. Just turns around, right? But it still runs clockwise, counterclockwise. So if we ask ourselves why on one side of the world is it rotating this way, why on the other side of the world is it rotating this way? Well, in my game that I'm playing over here, what I share with you, it's all about games. It's all about finding everything on this planet that can be absolutely shared, prospered, fairly. And one of them is if you decide to play a game with somebody or against yourself. Whether you write, whether you draw, whether you play a game all by yourself or with somebody else, that it's fair. What game? Hockey, baseball, football, soccer. They didn't do something fair, they get a penalty. So the thing is, they got the penalty, right? Now, can you just get half that word, like penal? I mean, you can say it in French as penny. You can almost say it as pencil, like something to do with the writer. Now we know there's some kind of PC writer in our computers. We have to understand what the writer is. This game that I play, okay, is taking the elements, the easy stuff in life, like the ABC. That is, I think we all know the ABC. We were all taught the ABC fairly, right? And we were taught numbers fairly, like 1, 2, 3, and we were all capable of achieving one of these, right? Like I'm showing you the game, where I put my game together, how I will show you what I do with the alphabet and what I say, why I bring to you the words I speak, right? And when I can go, you want to go into any of the Bibles, you want to go into the Quran, you want to go into games, you want to go into the months, the years, the numbers. It doesn't matter what it is, okay? There's some kind of algorithm, something's in there on purpose. It's all in there on purpose, and it's happening on purpose. And as you go over words, alchemy, algorithm, right? Allah, like all these strong put together words starting with A-L. Now, why is the L almost like the capital I because they removed the tops to it. Now the capital L, oh boy, I always look good on one of these. Thanks. So when you come on to day 6, right? When you come on to day 6 and it says land, animal, and man, well, in my game, my land, animal, and man begins here. Also understanding the second part about this is knowing that in the house of Aleph, right, is Bet. And Bet comes along with the Vet. So the Bet and Vet comes along together, both with ET. The difference is 2, okay, and 22. Imagine 222 comes along with the house Bet and Vet. Although this is a 4, say it goes up, right? Look at that. It's still a 2, but it went up 2 rungs. It advanced twice and went up 2 rungs. What does that mean? 9 put you back onto the same rung. 9 in any number adding up to a single digit puts you back at the same number again. When you move up the rung, keeping the one position in the same position as 2, 12, 22, 32 will bring you up 1 rung, let's say 1 degree. We can do this 360 times, which will be 9 by 4, 36. What does this mean, 9 by 4? 9 by 4, 12 by 3. 9 by 4, 36, 12 by 3, 36. The connection of a one area space between 3 and 4 is 1. I have to share the house. Now, I'm not sure if we're rotating from the top floor to the bottom floor, but just in basic, 3 and 4 is the same one corridor. 4 times 9 is 360, 3 by 12 is 360. So now when I'm moving up these rungs, and I know this is not easy because I learn on the go, I've been sharing on the go since I don't know, 2010. This is my 15th year. This is my 20th year since this whole thing began, since this package came out of my head. So when we're in the house of Bet, in the house of Vet, that is what is 11 times 2, which equals to 22, which will be KBV, which is pretty crazy because it could be in they also have KJV, like the King James Version Bible, you know. But what is KB? K is 11, B is 2, 2 by 11 equals to 22. Both 11 and 22 are part of the master numbers, where K would become the pole in this event, K equaling to what is 3C, and V equaling is what is 8H, and then this becomes the combination of CH. Let me explain this and this and this. 11, okay, when coming into the system, right? If you want to get a mark and you're all using numbers, do you understand what numbers are? Right? Do you know how to manipulate the numbers? And if you do, what the results are? What do we get? Why do I do it? I'll tell you why I do it. See, I don't know everything. I only know what I do and what the results are, and you can do it as easy as I do it. I'm going to read some of the comments. So let me put this on an angle for a second. Oh, it won't even let me do it this way. No, let me read these comments. So I'm putting my thumb over it so I can just see what the comments are. Just give me a second. Oh, that was pretty. Oh, yes, that page. Okay, August Lane, you're here. Oh my God, we're going to talk about that. If you want to come up there, we're going to talk about that. Oh no, 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 that was bad. That's why I opened this. That's what pushed me. That's what pushed me to come here. Thank you, Soul Alchemist. Oh, alchemy, my God, yes. Well, the W is not an M upside down, by the way. Okay, I'm gonna show you that also. Okay, Jay Doherty says, I don't know why you wasted your life with this. Why? First, you asked a question. Now you ask why I wasted my life with this. Okay, so you used something to describe what I did with my life based on your logic and shortcomings to who I am and what I do. We all have projects in our life. We all have things that excite us, things that don't excite us. Some foods taste good. Some foods used to taste good. Now you don't like them anymore. You're not interested in them right now. You've had enough of it. The sight of it is ugly. Things change. First time on the planet Earth? Welcome. Me too. Words are words. The house we are born into. The breath. The vibration. What do I make mine? What do I feel? Is it my vibration I feel inside the house? Is it my house? Borrowed and rented with parents. Avatar. Coming into these bodies through the breath. The empty space from the umbilical cord into the breath. Pirated. Connected into the breath. A triangle, perhaps, added onto a square. Another triangle. Tetrahedron making up the house. Five platonic solids. Smallest platonic solid is 9 times what is the largest dodecahedron. 6480, which is 32.4, which is the beginning of the same passageway between the beginning C and the ending X. C and X. What is the beginning and what is the end? So if you're looking to exit and you want to know, you better understand numbers because you have no idea what you're talking about. If you want to talk the truth, let's bring math to the equation. Let's bring the alphabet to the equation to slip into the mathematics. Let's understand how we expand a 26 letter or a whole letter for 10, meaning 226 is 260 into 360. Adding in the oceans all around. Number 5. I was just looking at something. When you take the cube, because of 0, right? When you take the cube, there is no 0. The zero would be all that turns from within the center that rotates. And all that rotates on a cube is the heart of the cube. And the heart of the cube would be 19. Mark that in as 19th. The edges of a hexahedron the edges are 12. The corners are 8. 1.5 times the edges, 8 versus 12 into the constellations of 12 zodiac signs, 12 months. But the reverse zodiac sign, when we connect the reverse zodiac sign, we'll end up with 1313 towards the center, equating to our alphabet. The 13th moon, 12 by 13 equals 156. 12 by 28 equals 336. The cycle of 6 and 6 equaling to 12 ends the female cycle. When you add on one more cycle of 28 days, you end up into 13 moons by 28 days equals 364. This is when the male comes in. So now let's get into the soul, the spirit. Let's see what's been over here. I just want to see what we went through. Wacko, this guy's wacko. Why does the M? Okay, so when it comes to the M, I'll just go over this really quick, okay? I just want to see if I still have it here. Yeah, it's here. So when you're running in here, the M will join from here straight at the heart position. It'll run itself up into the first book. It'll run down through the book, okay? And then back up over here before it reaches the below into the dimension, and then down, sink itself into this side over here. Connecting the area 5 and area 5. What are these two area 5s? In the top, it's the dimension. This is part of the quarter house. The association in the quarter house has to have both sides, and it has to have a manager or a gear. Just like you need a manager in a baseball team and you need the offense and the defense, you also need the opposing team to play against. As you can see, the square area down at the bottom here will create the seagulls. Why would this create a seagulls? Because if you notice, see the single area square here, right? This X over here crosses the heart and creates 4 areas, a broken window into this area space, combining everything in this area space in that heart position. Here's your head, your H letter. But as you're 4 looking one way, you're 4 looking the other way. It shows you that within the 4 is the one heart of the separation of the power of the 7th gate. What does that mean? Over here is a 1 in between the two sides. When you connected, it was really 7 and 7, as you can see below. You can see it clearer. When you run a straight line like this, okay, when you run a straight line like this versus this, these, okay, are going to tell you about a gateway. This one over here. You see the way it's inverted below and inverted above? That means they split. Where we're going to show this next is the split is right here. If we look at this, this is a schematic. What you see in these numbers are just stories. Here is position 1 when shown on the dot. 1 position takes up the 5 position. There are a total of 9. It's square in its area. It's square in its area. This is Saturn square. This is where Saturn square comes in, not by me, because this is what they say. I'm going to do this part quick. I'm going to get back of Jay still here. We'll go right over this. So for what doesn't make sense, let's see why. Okay, what I didn't say properly, or I just don't make sense, that's fine. So once you have this square area and this square area here, this square area can be changed for just about anything. In fact, in Rubik's Cube, it was all changed for colors. Here it's changed for dots. Here it's changed for numbers. If I put all these numbers where these dots were and I added them up, okay, there would be 9 areas. 3, 6, there's 3 rows. When you count upwards, north and south, it goes by 3s. 3, 6, 9, 2, 5, 8, 1, 4, 7. When you count east-west, it goes by 1s. When you count bottom right, top left, it goes by 2s. When you count bottom left to top right, it goes by 4s. That's this schematic. When you go from bottom left to top right, 1, 5, 9, holy Jesus, yes, fire, fire, fire. Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. When you go continuous by 4, Taurus, right now we're in Taurus, and then we go over to Virgo. Taurus 100, that's the numeric value for Taurus, but it's 80 and 20 in Taurus. What is that? This is the odds and even numbers within the word. T is a black letter in the alphabet. But when we do the 360 alphabet or the alphabet shift to 360 degrees, the whole alphabet goes from where A was 1 to now A is 6. I flip the cube over to the other side. Now I said all the sides are going to have 9 area spaces. So when I take off my finger from this area, you're expecting to see, look, 3, 6, that means the center has to have 3. But when I remove it, you see nobody home because I didn't drill them here. I only drilled here and here, but this is set up for 9. There are 4s and there are 9s. Let me just take this off. When counting this way, this dot, this window, this and this, all in the same dimension. Different ways to show the dimension. But when we're counting this way, what happens? This is what it tells me. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I counted exactly in order. Here, 1 line, 3 lines, 5 lines. Here, 1 dot, 3 dots, 5 dots. Here, 2 dots, 4 dots, 6 dots. Here I counted by 1, 2, 3. Here I counted by 2s. What does it show me about my odds and evens? It shows me that this area space, by my own logic, and I could be wrong by your judgment, is that every time I ran one of these dots, every time I ran these lines, everything got cut in half, telling me that the halfway area between 1 and 2 is a split zone, and 2, 4, 6, 8, or 1, 3, 5, 7 cut everything in half, or unless it's 1, 3, 5, 7, it's only half of something. 2, 4, 6, 8, who do we appreciate? Back to the W as the 23rd letter, unlike the 13th letter, which is one rung above each other, so they work together. There's a complete envelopment within this one, and it holds one angle more, meaning within 10 over to 11, instead of going inside the same house, 10, 13, 22, 31. I don't do that. I go from 13 to 23, and then from 23, I'll go to 33, 43, 53, or from 23, I'll go down to 13. So that's the heart. They meet at a heart position, these two. So if I go up 5 from 10, from 13, I'll go to 18. If I go down 5 from 23, I'll go to 18. So both the M and the W, okay, they meet at R. So the 13th and the 23rd letter. And what I like about this is that they equate to 36. So they are all of, they're connected to the game, but they're not on both ends in the game. If they were on both ends in the game, you have to have number 37. 37 are both ends of the game. It's the reconnect. 13, reconnect. 14, reconnect. When you connect the 13, you connect what is 1 through 12 equals to 13. When you connect the 14, it is 1 through 13 equals to 14. The separation of 26 is at 13.5. Ace is the split. Sun is part of that split. It's a suntan split system, right? Satan's sun. You cannot learn without free will. Can you? Or will you become restricted? Free will includes evil. But I'll tell you one thing. I've seen so much of it, I've gone blind. Don't put me on a sad love song, okay? I need to hear vibrations, okay, without words. I don't want to hear the words. I don't want to hear anybody telling me something in the words. I need to feel it in my own body at that time of day. Why is the music different today than tomorrow? Because I don't feel the same way. I'm not thinking the same way. I'm so sick of this the ghetto of a planet. This is just a ghetto of a planet. But you know what? It's hosting me. It's hosting me. I've been hosted on this planet. And we have the ability to not like what others say. We also have the ability to just go on and participate, even while they're throwing stones at you. How do they throw sticks and stones while I'm sitting at home? All the words they throw against what you say. No, 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 you don't know. You're this, you're that, you're everything else. They put judgment upon you. Now you take it this way or that way. Now the judgment they put upon you gives you the time for reflection. Now, will you use this reflection on, oh my God, I can't believe they said that? Or will you first go into, okay, they said this about me. Why are they saying this? What did I say wrong? Then after this, so I can't believe them. Why are they saying this? And then you go, well, you know what? They're just showing their true selves. Is they're really not looking to get out. Okay, they are like chickens without a head because they're not using what it's all about. It's all about that filing system, right? How did we get here? It was all about the filing system. How are they following us? Is when they put us in here, they put us in a specific spot connected to a certain number. They know everywhere we are. So if they put us in here doing this professionally, if we want to get out, right, we have to act professionally. We can no longer be the amateur, just playing in the game, right? We can enjoy the game. We can enjoy that steak. We can enjoy the biggest joy of all are those who don't know the difference. And those are the innocent. Those are the children. We came into this world under the heading of child, right? We are the children of creation under the breath of the house we are born into. Whoever has put whatever inside that breath we take within the soul, intertwined breath and soul. The separation between the two words in English is 24, bringing on that the spirit is 91, which is 13 by 7, and the soul is 67, which the only way I know how to get to 67 is 1 times 6, 1 plus 6. Did you know that 16, that number 1 and 6 holds all the gateways? Number 16P, which is reverse K11. You know, when they say like in K9, well, that holds all the gateways in creation. It's your alpha beta creation through these two numbers, 11 and 16, right? First of all, 11 is your first number in the second chapter. The division of the two chapters is by 10. 10 connects to both below and above and equates, brings the trinity of the worlds together. The trinity of that world is 1 and 9, is 2 and 8, is 3 and 7, and is 4 and 6. Now you heard me say trinity, yet I read you out 4 numbers, because of these 4 numbers, this is the motherboard in the back. When you run these 4 numbers, you will run ABC, ABD. You will run ABD. You will run BCD. You will run ABC. That's how you run that star system. So you'll have 4 different stars that you run. And when you run these 4 different stars, do you run them? My question at the same time. I don't have all the answers. But each one of these stars is going to equal to each one of the stars will equal to 60. Let me see if I did that right. Yeah, so it's not going to equal to 60 just like that. It's going to be 40 and 20 equals to 60. That's on the lower level. When you raise it up a level, right? When you raise it up a level, it'll be 4 times, it'll be what is 222 times 3, 222 per line, 3-star combination, or 4 stars total, right? 3-line combination equals 222 per line equals to 666. There are 4 stars, 4 by 666. The master star system will equal to 888. The total amount value per the master star is 666. Because we pass through the heart section, it's 222 added to what the heart section is for every 3 stars. The heart section value is 74. Believe it or not, the heart value of 74 also goes along with the word energy and 5555, which equals to 625, which is also part of the divided memory. Where do I get this? 5 times 5 times 5 is 125, or 1.25 days left over at the end of the 13th moon, the end of the year. There's many places, 1.25. I'm going to have to find out where they all are. 51 is Mars, 52 is Earth. 1 and 2 is the connection to the power of the constellations. Why? 1 and 2 reverts, okay, to the Holy Ghost of 8 and 7. See that dividing gate? See where the hexagon comes in all together in the same hat? When you run it in this one, see that? The headless horseman right over here. This one will have 8. Remember, like I said, they're all 9s. It's all 9s. It's all 9s. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. Has anybody ever heard of 5G? Anybody ever hear of that before? All right. Do you know where else we can find it? Like I talk about pieces and parts, fish upon my wish, where I can find things in games, things that are fair, to you and to me. You don't have to pay for it. You don't have to go to school to know this. I didn't go to school. I never read a book. I just kept looking at just normal things in front of me. And then I tried to, then whatever I did with it, whatever I said to myself to equate these equations, and it doesn't matter what it is, as long as it's fair to all the nine, it doesn't matter what you do. And even in your 9/11, and how does 9/11, where is 10? What is 10, right? What is 10? 10 is part of the upper echelon teacher. I'm going to show you that. I'm going to write it down so I don't forget. Explain 10. And remember, there's a lot going on in here, and I need to feel like an airplane. I need those to come against me. I need the questions. I also need others to think differently. Take it on your own. Do other things. If you think anything makes sense and you can do something with it, take it and go somewhere with it. Do something with it. You can't steal my work. Just take it and go. Do what you want. We have to share this. Everybody has to have it until it spreads so deep that we're all talking about it, right? That way we all know it. That's my goal, is that we all know it. If it has any truth, let it all be known. Then when you see the freedom, what I got from it here, okay, it'll be easy to make certain choices, because if we listen to enough channels, and I put my phone on, right? I put my phone on. I don't know if I should tell you this or just play you the song, right? I should just play you the song, because I put my phone on and I listened to certain channels. And then I went to ChatGPT and I put in there, I said, write me a song of what everybody's talking about. And then it told me the algorithm in the song. So I was able to listen to it where I didn't have to listen to just singular words. They connected it together. But I also added in a few ingredients to it. You know, spices are very important. Not only can you find spices in the kitchen by asking certain questions and adding in a few extra words, dividing it up numerically where it came logically to the reality of what's going on, even through the algorithms of those who read the alchemic zodiac. Yeah, so the W is the last letter in the corridor. In fact, your communication comes through the W, through alpha, the split house, okay, and delta, right? The two angles of the split house are both delta, delta, right? But they come out in beta. Beta has the house of vet, right? The B letter, if you look at the house, you can see that resh, even in Hebrew, they say they talk about that, right? The house. Well, they put resh on top of the platform in bet. Resh is the 20th letter, but it's the 18th in the English language. 20 by the ocean is 4 by 5. Anything that divides by 5, right, belongs to power in the ocean. That's the one that connects the upper house. It's the singular area of 9 at the heart of 9. Actually, you can also calculate it by, I think, 1 1/8 in order to calculate this to have the 9th that it is. So the 1/8 can also be understood when you come to the ruler. In your ruler, they're counting by 16ths, and 16ths are good enough for me to count by 8 when you're counting in inches. But when counting in centimeters, it's ironic that they're using the 10 system. That is cuckoo, okay? They're using the 10 system in the metric. Now, Canada moved to metric. North America, which is known in French by sound to be a mare, is 18. It's part of the split sun system. Mare could be a disbalance in the pH system. pH is power of the constellations. Both pH and GH, which are the same numeric value of 78, P16, G7, 16, 1 and 6 is 7, is like 9 and 7 equals to 16, bringing the mother, the birth, and the child, to what is 8 and 8, bringing the heavens together with the child, creating the 13, creating that 13th moon. The child is born into this world using the 6 and 6 constellations. It seems like There were only 6 or 8 constellations before. Now we end up with 12. Why? Trinity. 8 and 4. So now you got 4 times 4, 16. 4 plus 4, 8. There should have been 16 somewhere. Why? When you connect up, there are 16 connections. Okay, there are 16 connections through 12 constellations, breaking it down where we have 8 times 1.5 equals to 12. 6 times 2 equals to 12. 4 times 3 equals to 12. 3 times 4 equals to 12. 2 times 6 equals to 12. And 1 complete 12 inside of us, right? So in all these combinations, we brought it inside of us. We bring on the 13th moon. We give dimension, right, to area space. We are the breath. We are now a breath. Where there is nothing, there is something that you're not occupying that you can walk on into and eventually occupy all that surrounds you within the breath. So let me look at the what's please do. No idea why have you wasted your life with this. I need it. Okay, I read that it's House's fault. Do you realize? Do you analyze? I can analyze some stock symbols. Yeah. That's it's part of the algorithms as well. Just hold on a second. I just want to go through everything here. I did want to discuss. I did want to discuss everything. I like to discuss everything, whatever I can get in. If you'd like to help support the channel, yeah, I don't usually like to bump this out. Right, it's not for just today. It's for every day. And you can look in my bio, pens, paper, and stuff like that. And if you just want to send me something, I am very picky in the books I use. I only use this book here. It's the only one I use. 80 pages. Remember, 80 pages. 8 times 8 is 64. 8 plus 8 is 16. Eight times 8 is 64. 8 plus 8 is 16. 10 and 7 when reducing it equals to 17, and Trinity is 51 Mars. This equals to 80. Guess what? I got 40 pages in here. In every book is 40 pages. In every book, is 40 sheets of paper. On every sheet of paper is 2 sides, right? And then the boundaries on the outside, the cadrage on the outside. 2 sides of one length and 1 side of another length. Is this because they put 2 houses together? Why is it 8.5 by 11? This is not done for nothing. I like this, right? When it comes to 5, here's another thing about 5. Yes, something to discuss about 5 is that 50 inches is 127 centimeters. Okay, now 127 centimeters is going to be relevant to 3 times 4, 3 plus 4. The 12 is relevant to the female. The 7 is relevant to the male gate. 8 and 8 is 16. 1 and 6 is 7, bringing on the constellations. Now you bring on 7 again by going 97 or 79. This is 79 equals to the word mother. But within the word mother, okay, what we're going to do is break it down to father, mother, brother. When I break it down to father, mother, brother, Where's my phone? Okay, I'm gonna have to look it up here. Okay, I just need that music to keep my harmonization within my head. I don't know, I just got shut out from everything. Wow, I just got shut out from everything. I don't even remember my password. I'll try this. I don't get it. I just got signed out of everything. And I don't have my phone. Hold on a second. Come on, phone. Come on down. You're the next contestant on The Price is Right. I have not moved from here, have I? Have I moved from here? I know I can put the hot water on for the 4th time today. Hold on a second. Telephones. Come on down, my telephone. No. Yeah, where's my telephone? Every day, every day, every day. Okay, just give me a second to find my phone. You know what? My phone has to be on the stand. I didn't play. Oh, hold on a second. Found my phone. You think I had to look far? I got my shelves over here with all my stuff. Yes, 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 yes. So, gonna answer that in a minute. First, we're gonna play this song, then I'm gonna do that. You don't mind. Part of the show. And then somebody in another show said this to me. Said this. So let me see if I can do that. How in the world are we supposed to be connected with our zodiac or with our self? Everyone's connected to Scorpio. Somehow everything has to shift, that everybody has their own personal zodiac sign. And I'm not sure what this zodiac sign is, but this is a representation of the extension of creation of matter and energy. All these loop to loops you see are G's and E. When you see 5G, well, 5G go together. The Y, okay, is the connection between the beginning of E and the end of E when E ends in T. When E comes through T, it is the beginning and the end. Understanding how our vowels can be used, how I use them as equations in separations. Also noted that vowels show up in different levels of the alphabet. For instance, U ends up in level 2. Level 2 is 7, 8, and 9. The U is the 21st letter. In reduction of U of 21, it's an R reduction. What I mean by an R reduction is it goes from 2 and 1 equaling to 3. It fell down 3. Unlike the S reduction, when the S goes in reduction, the S goes 19, 1 plus 9 equals to 10, 1 plus 0 equals to 1. It's a double reduction of 1, telling me that I can now fit myself in the center, the heart position, other than out the outside. S would now become a participation letter, joining what is the upper and the lower, and also noted it would be what would be including to come as Sagittarius with Capricorn through our birth, in which is going to include what is Gemini and Cancer. Now, I still have a question because I need to learn more about the zodiac. And one of my things that comes to my head is that even though the base of the skeleton explanation, meaning I'm using all these numbers in skeleton mode where they stand to be, but each one will be shifted based on your birth. So let's say your birth is in October, that would mean conception is in January. That would mean the third, I have to go to the end of the third month on the 84th day and start from that point, because it's at that point there where the mother's breath comes into the heart, okay, apparently the way, okay, of the child within. So it's only at that link do you get that double, you'll go from 1 star into the month of the 3rd star, and then into the month of the 6th star, and into the month of the 9th star. When you come out in the 10th star, you now connect the umbilical U life, 21, alpha, beta, connecting to the sun system, right? Through the moons of Mars and Earth. There's others as well, but I don't need to know the size of the great vastness of the universe. I need to know how small it can get. And as small as it gets, right, is no more than ABC. That's it. You can't get any smaller. Now they ask you, where do you draw the line? So when you do create any reduction, right, your reduction will follow one of these things. You're going to drop from here out over to here, and now you get to choose an angle. Each one of these, this one here or this one here, will either be the split of the animal section over here, to where you have the left and the right angle in each one of these, or you'll be running down through the animal soul kingdom and living the half-life. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, 6, 1, 3, 5. When you have a straight line, according to the Mayans, count this as 5. When you have dots, count this as 1. I'm just using this as an example. Can I take this further? I have to look at it. And remember, it's all up for discussion. 91, the spirit we spoke before. 13 by 7. It just so happens that we're going on break. And I have to explain 10, explain the alphabet shift of 36 degrees, explain how we use the periodic table, how we use games, and we just have to make it FAIR instead of always having to pay the FARE. Also understanding the difference between the soul, the spirit, and this is all going to be numerically. This is all going to have reference through games, through things that are happening in our solar system and through our moon cycles, through our zodiac, through what are the elements and everything else. It's just the alchemy of all. You know what I'm saying? These are the algorithms. So in this game I'm creating, right, to have these, what do you want to call it, to have these animes running around according to what the zodiac, okay, is talking about. Not just the algorithm of what GG33 puts out, right? And he plays a good game. I'd like to learn part of his game to understand. First of all, it takes a lot of confidence and never talk against yourself, and he never does. You know, he says everything square. It's very good because if he makes a mistake, it's going to be very easy to figure it out. And there's a lot of them. A lot of mistakes come out. Anytime you say if, and, or but, you have to use it with explanation and add in your verbs, your adverbs. It's not easy to just talk just like that. Another thing I wanted to shove out there under my breath is what was his name again? Wow, this is somebody I wanted to talk about. He was mentioning how the word is so important. Some of the things somebody mentioned to me, you have to look at Black's Law Dictionary. You have to look at Miller. What's his name? Miller. Steve Wynn Miller. Wow, I don't remember his name. It's too bad. It's just too bad. Anyways, from now to then, I'm going to put on a song. And oh yeah, here's Gigi. This guy's a big number guy. I keep calling him Mr. Christmas, right? So I want to ask him, what, when he looks at these, what does he see? I don't see 7, 5, and 3. I see 1 and 6 equals to 7. I see 2 and 5 equals to 7. Look at that. I see 3 and 4 equals to 7. I see 3, 1, and 3 equals to 7. I see 1, 2, and 4 equals to 7. I see 8 and 8 is 16. 1 and 6 equals to 7. I see P and people and 2 P's and people, right? When you see the P and people, they both represent 7, E and O, 5 and 15. The first line of the star, a straight line, and 2 more lines coming together. Trinity comes together, singularity and trinity. By the way, it starts with 21, people, right? So the minute your first breath you take, right, you're born under that's the way you are, right? I mean, you're indoctrinated, right, when you learn your ABCs already, right? Wow, wow, this is funny. Oh. This is people's stuff that I saved, and a lot of stuff got removed. Okay, so let me find this song. Okay, it's over here. This song is going to, wait a second. Let me see how come it's not, won't show me my song. No. So, okay, I found it. I found it. Gonna take a break, gonna come back. Questions.
Here's a rough draft of your song, blending your thoughts into a rhythmic and lyrical form. What do I want to know? Tick tock, the clock never stops. Telling me to send hearts, telling me to drop, telling me to share, telling me to sign. Every word checked like they're taming my mind. Was it like this 80 years ago? New words, new rules, what do we really know? History whispers, but does it repeat? Or are we just numbers marching to the beat? What do I want to know? Who's pulling the strings? Is it the church, the state, or the kings? Are we just cogs in a system so grand? Or architects shaping the lay of the land? 3 by 3 time turns in its dance. The zodiac shifts, is it fate or just chance? The chicken lays eggs, the cycle repeats. Numbers and patterns beneath all our feet. Am I old or just wide awake? Are my thoughts too deep, or is this all fake? I've heard stories, I've seen the signs, but tell me, have you opened your mind? What do I want to know? Who's pulling the strings? Is it the church, the state, or the kings? Are we just cogs in a system so grand, or architects shaping the lay of the land? Hi, I'm Mr. Topaz, here to explore anomalies, questions, and so much more. So tell me now, what's on your mind? Let's write the song of the undefined. Now, for the visual representation, I'll generate an image reflecting these themes, questions, anomalies, time, control, and cycles. Stay tuned. so grand, or architects shaping the lay of the land. Hi, I'm Mr. Japans. Anomalies, questions, and so many
So you can see, right?
on your mind.
They need to sign me in, so let me just see over here. I want to sign in. I don't understand how I got signed out. Please sign into your channel. Anyways, I can't sign in there. That's fine. So for those of you who didn't know who I was or what I think, here's one of my songs. You can find this on Suno AI. Not really sure. I can share these. They can be found on my channel. There is no price, no cost. There's no anything that happens here. It's zero. This is TikTok. You know what I'm saying? But those who want to help out the channel, like I said, these are the only books I like to use. I don't feel comfortable with the other books. I've tried a lot. I've been here 20 years doing this. I've been 15 years live. I discovered into my 5th year when one of my friends said to me, so where's your book and where's your mountain? I said, I'm not done yet. You know, I've barely just begun, like 2010, right? I barely just begun. And because I was not really delusional, but I was seen so far advanced in my thoughts that I didn't control some words that I spoke to some people because I knew them so well. And it was more jokingly, but that was my end goal, is to get myself a mountain, get to the top of it, making sure that everybody else that's in the valley or on top of the other mountains are teaching and sharing what they perceive as being like a truth in this reality that we live. And it's just, for me, it's brought me so much freedom just to know I can see the truth, and that's how it's changed my life. But can it change your life that way? Because how I act today, okay, is not how I acted yesterday. And how I saw things yesterday is not how I see things today. And I believe if we all did this, right, we would find that freedom we're all looking for, right? That space where we change the algorithm instead of letting the algorithm run us. We run the algorithm. No more dictation that something is on special and everybody's running. Because that's the way it works. Something goes on special, somebody's saving 10 cents. That's the world we're in. That's the world we're in. Think of it this way. This world is like a world where everybody's thirsty all the time. The body is thirsty. The mind is thirsty. It knows what it needs to succeed. It knows what it needs not to get stepped on. But as you're advancing, don't step on anybody else. Leave some crumbs for others on the way. Now then we can go back to we should be tipping, we shouldn't be tipping. Well, first of all, we should be giving the best of our service. We should be treating our employees, okay, with due respect, as they are the extension, that if I can serve all the tables, I will serve all the tables. I don't want to have to look out at anybody in there, right, doing anything different than I would do. So if I'm going to create, and this was my restaurant, and I was the God manager, CEO, I have to pay everybody that's just like me and just take 1/8 of a cut of hair off of each one of them for my administration services, the same way they do at housing and mortgages. But depending on the level of loss that you can take would be how many cuts you need to take on top of everything. There's food shortages, there's losses, but there's never going to be a loss because there's always someone on the street that hasn't respected the system, that's a little bit hungry, and you're going to take that loss and you're going to give it to that person. The utopia world is understanding how the cars are built, how the trucks are built, how rough the roads are, how much air we need in our tires for the suspension for that air is helping the homeless. The suspension is part of the extra food we have left over to help the homeless. Places and areas that have overbuilt, first of all, in the up and coming utopia of this world is just inside the restaurant. that I'm going to have somebody extra there so that nobody rushes and that we can have somebody running around helping everybody else. Let's call it the GOAT. So we need number 8, the GOAT, hanging out. Where does number 5 fit? Where does number 1 fit? How does the paycheck fit into this? All you're running around, you get energy. Where's my energy? It's Thursday today. I need my energy to empty my mind from the spirits of the week, the accumulation of soul's information, the information I attained this week. I need a swig of something. Give me a triple X of that stuff. No word is said for nothing, not in my world. In this world, in this game I created, if you say 3 X's, okay, I want to know in which 3 X's, in which rotation they're going. If you say anything with 3 X's or wives, I'm going to say alimony. Alimony, money, 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 mo, mother, mother, money, in the house abate, mother, money, right? Why mother, money, right? Mo is number 28, 13, and 15 are the closest, right? Is 13 and 15 the closest of the separation between 14? Right? 2 oddballs, okay, will keep the separation amongst themselves other than an odd and even, and you seem to end up with he said, she said. 2 oddballs, let's call them man. And the other one, call it, oh my God. It's too funny. You know when they called Woofy in Terminator, what's the name of your dog? And it's like Wolfie. You know, and I'm like thinking like, oh my God, I can't believe they said that. So anyways, in English, okay, they say man. And in French, they say woman. For the same thing as we say man. Okay, they use the ending in MME, okay? And then we use the ending in MAN. There's a new person out there called Maha Hadid, right? Don't you know what Maha Hadid is? Does anybody know? Right? In the world of AM, the first 91 in the spirit worlds, where you brought the Capricorn stone into Sagittarius. Why? Why 10? Why 10? This. 1, 2, 3 equals to 6. 7, 8, 9 equals to 24. It is 4 times 6 equals to 24. The upper world, the lower world, the separation, okay, okay, is 666. Between here and here, here and here, here and here. I also mentioned before I would go to GH and PH, where it's G7 and P16. I'm going to have to explain that too. I've been doing this for 20 years, you know. I got an empty head. I got to keep filling it up with that juice from those elephant pools. You know, the elephant pools, the elephants, microprocessing, that's all I can do because I didn't learn any of this. I'm just repeating what everybody said in the crowd. You know what I'm saying? I'll just go to a channel and sit there for 15 minutes. Now I know something I didn't know before because I can calculate it. So I know where it belongs. So since I know where it belongs, with a few questions, we can tweak it. Just like into, I'm still learning, don't forget. And I only know a few pieces. Like I like to use the letter L for angle. Okay? And you can call it the delta angle. Now, I like to use the A for the split house. Because for me, A equals ace. Inside the A house is both J and S. I don't know. Jack of spades? Maybe. Jack spade. You know, Jack spade is going to be 25 and 45. Jack spade equals to 70. I like that. the 10th realm of 7. Do we want to make number 7? How can we make number 7? Yes. The first way to make number 7 is when the king is born. The 13th month. 1 times 3, 1 plus 3 equals 3 plus 4 equals to 7. Well, what about king had to be born? Where was it born? Well, number 12. 1 times 2, 1 plus 2. 3 and 2 equals to 5. So 7 has to come into 5 for the king and the queen to come together. So now the king and the queen come together. 41 and 62 equals 103. No, that is not the jack of clubs now. Holy mac. What'd you say, Ma? The Hebrews what? Mom just said that the Hebrews, right? Because my mother's always in my head, but I'm always looking out, So it says the Hebrews don't use the C letter. They use the G. Okay, Ma. That's the 7th letter. That's an air sign. That's Libra. We use the C. Oh, wait a second. That's an air sign. But C is mutable. And 7G, that's balance. That's Libra. And that's not mutable. 7 is a cardinal sign. So now we put the cardinal with the mutable sign. Okay, so now I understand that. And it's an air sign, but they're both air signs. And 3 and 7 equals to 10. In fact, your first connection is 1 and 2 equals to 3. But when 3 connects, right? 1 and 2 equals to 3. Now, we're going to move over to our element signs. Fire. 1, 5, and 9. 1 and 5 equals to 6. Well, then we're going to go over here. We're going to go earth to earth. 2 and 6 equals to 8. So first we have 6, then we have 8. This is your basic creation. Now we have a split of the 7th gate between 6 and 8. Now we go over here. What do we get? We get a water sign. Boom, boom, we have 12. We can have the 12 zodiac signs. We can have what is the 8 parts of the moon cycle, the 8 basic parts of the moon cycle. 8 times, is it 8 times 3.5? Yeah, Ma, I ain't picking up no ounce for you, Ma. 8 by 3.5, I'm talking about the moon, no ounce. Every time I talk to Mother, every time I mention 1 ounce, she has to turn around, because that's what happens every moon cycle, every 28 days. You do know the numeric value for the letters MO is 28. The mother, the numeric value for mother, and I did this all wrong, I went too fast. Numeric value for mother is 79. But because THER equals to 51, but in brother and mother, we also have the other. So when we add the other onto it, okay, we end up with 66. Now, when you end up at 66, you now connect the male and the female, okay, on the second side. On the front side, it's alpha beta. But on the opposite side, here, as you can see, we have number 7. Now, when you look, right over here, this point here, and this point here, and this point here, this is a cell. 1 cell, 2 cells, 3 cells. The 4th cell is the 7, going down to here. 1, 3, 5, 7. Then it goes 5, 3, 1. Back down through here. Here and here is where M and N meet, okay? Why did I stop here? According to Gematria, it becomes 1, 1. Unlike the piano, where it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Here it goes 1, 1, showing me that instead of a continuation, okay, it is stopped and it has duplicated itself. Except instead of duplicating itself with numbers, it becomes letters, all different letters, but they're just characters. That's all. Who gets what position, we change into numbers to understand further the skeleton that we're building, these pieces and parts that were given to us in our lap, into the ruler, into sports, NFL football, 90 minutes soccer, extra time and foul balls and penalty minutes and beyond the arc in a 12-minute period times 1.25 equals to the 15 minutes. How to associate and change your metrics, going through your weights and measures, going through your periodic tables, going through the difference in the periodic tables through the association either of different numbers, different whole numbers, or the abbreviations of the words or numeric value of the words, or even as far as mixing the two elements together. But the only mixing I'm going to do is mixing of the two words and perhaps looking at the numeric value of certain properties within the words in order to understand how to distinct them once we understand. So in the word father, mother, brother are all letters THER, 28 for TH, 23 for ER. We can use it as RE to begin the word or ER. Now, as I was taught in Roman numerals, when the I is before a Roman numeral, it becomes less than. Can I do the same thing with a vowel, like the E is the 5th letter? So can I just go, because E is before R is the 18th letter, I reduce it over to M, and then I get MER, which is telling me about the ocean. So I go electronic resident angel. They use AR in English, they use ER, they use the sun god Ra, easily to pronounce, but then the association with the sound of W, which once you sound the W off, it's right away communication. It'll be W, the 23rd letter. The W, the 23rd letter, is reverse alphabet to what is the D letter, which is the corridor, okay, between C and D. C and D, it almost sounds like windy, and that's where Earth and Mars comes in. And then it becomes 6 and 8, dividing of the 7th gate between the king, between the jack and the queen. The king is in between. But positions get changed. The queen is the one that chops everything in half. The queen does not go the same way as the jack and the king, the 11th and the 13th card. But when you come to the alphabet, Q is 17. J, okay, J is 10. Now, what's ironic about this is the queen is the queen runs everything on an angle. This is the 12th card. This is the 11th card. This is the 13th card. The thing is that the reverse alphabet is J and Q. You remember I tell you about 10? Your reverse alphabet is Q. In order to create this, the French will say So when you're coming to the 11, 12, and 13, they use the J, the Q, and the K. It's actually the 10th, the 17th, and the 11th. 28, 27, 21. 21 represents the Q. 27 will represent the alphabet. This will be 17, 28, 38. Okay, that'll be the Trinity, dividing up the 888 of the house, the Trinity of the house to what is like 888 is going to equal to what is 6, 6, 6, and 6. 66 and 6. The reverse of 8 is 6. And it's a crossing star. And within the crossing star are more crossing stars. And these numbers that we work with, okay, is something to do with joining of triangles. I'm trying to see where this one paper is. Yeah, I'm all over the place, and I maybe I shouldn't go into that yet. I want to finish this one piece. So the queen is number 62. The king is number 41. The total is 103. Like I said, JC, Jack of Clubs now. So if it was Jack of Clubs, what is this going to tell me? 38 and 25. 38, 25, and 38. 50. Yeah, this is where 63 comes in. This is your base creation. 3, 6 is male. Okay, and it's 1 times 2, 1 plus 2 equals to, let me see, did I do this right? Yes, 1 plus 2 equals to 3, so your creation comes in 3. It's 1, 1, 1 equals to 3. It's 4, 4, 4 equals to 12. 1 and 2 equals to 3. 7, 7, 7 equals to 21. 2 and 1 equals to 3. 2, 2, 2 equals to 6. 5, 5, 5 equals to 15. 1 and 5 is 6. 8, 8, 8 equals to 24. 2 and 4 is 6. So now we have Trinity within 3, 6, and 9. Now, how can we send that message out? Well, we can send the message out this way. If we wanted to go back in time and find the message, let me see if I have it on here or I'll search it out. Hold on a second. I know I have to have it in here. I got to clean up my pictures. Oh, okay. Here's one of the pieces. I'm hoping you can see this. This is it. So before we get on to that, not to forget, 103 is also the assembly of 51 and 52, which is Earth and Mars. Remember, 1 goes into 2 for creation. Another thing I wanted to mention, I still was going to talk about spirit and soul. I'm going to get back to that. If you want, I can tell you about number 10 because I didn't do it. Here's what it is. Like I said, every side of a cube, Rubik's Cube, okay, is 9. Every side is 9, just like the calculator. So when you have a house, an offense and a defense within your own house, right, you put 4 areas at the top and 4 areas at the bottom. You share everything through the 5. They even show you in bingo it's free. The lower section of the house, like I showed you, 1, 2, 3 versus the upper section, 7, 8, 9, is a 4-to-1 difference. If I add the center section in, there's a certain way to add this section in, okay, that we have been given. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm not happy. I barely can find any of my dice. That we have these lovely cubes. Now I'm going to look at my messages, get a glass of water, take about 30 seconds. I want to know why I can't get in. What is my password? Okay, I'm going to check if it's this. I got to see why I can't get in. I lose my vibration without I need my full. Okay, let me see. Okay, try another way. Try another way. Uh, pull down the pull down the notification bar. I don't get it. Resend it. 17. I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get it. I can't get into my resend it. Pull down the notification bar and then tap yes, then tap your number to your device. Okay, hold on a second. Did they send anything? Hold on. Maybe they sent it here. Google Critical Security. Check activity. One hour ago. New sign in to Windows. 1 hour suspicious. You were signed on a device where this activity came from. Activity done. Windows signed out. Critical alert. Suspicious activity. April 8th at 1:41. Okay, so let me resend this. No, I'm not. Oh, wait a second. Yes, sorry about this, but this is like pretty important. I have no idea what's going on, but I can't get into my Google account. Did they sign me out of here too? No, they didn't sign me out of my phone. Okay, let's just move on. So how do I get music if I don't have YouTube, right? Can I still get, am I that? Okay, I'm like falling out of rhythm, not very happy about that. But why won't it let me on? Enter your password, oh my God. Hold on a second. If you think I remember my password, Fred, Alfred, everybody's waiting here. I know. I usually use the same password all the time. Oh, maybe I use this one. Maybe I use that, Bugs Bunny. I don't know, not that. No. Okay, do I have another book? Oh, yes. I got this ugly book. I hate this book. I hate all these perfect books. That's why I've marked nothing in it, because it's too perfect. Okay, we've done nothing. 8 people waiting. Give me a minute. I must find my show password next. What's next? Okay, what can my password be? I know I wrote it down here. Okay, 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 okay. Yeah, that's exactly what I wrote down. What did I write down here? Nothing. I didn't put it back here. I didn't hide it under here. I think I'm going to put it under here, all my passwords, and then screw them all together and then twist them. And it'll be much easier for me. I can even do them online, right? So hold on a second. Okay. I have a piece of paper in here. Yes, I've got the codes, the Google codes. Dun, da, da, da. Try another way. Use your pass key. Use your pass key. Okay. Verifying it's you. Complete your sign in pass key. Making sure it's you. Oh no, not that one. Wrong choice. Hold on. Try another way. Use your enter your password. Try another way. Okay. Wow. After this, I'm taking a 1 minute break and resetting myself because I'm like, okay, check your device. I just sent it here and my phone is not getting it. How come? Okay, enter backup code. Okay. Uh, wow, no good. No good. I'm going to have to regenerate more. Wow, that's no good. That's no good. No. Well, I got 5 more to go. 6, 5, 7, no. 6, 6, 6, 5, 7. Wow. I never use them in order just to mix people up, and now I'm mixed up. Please, I only have 2 left. Wow, I only have 1 left. No, that's it. I got no codes, so I don't know how to get in. Try another way. Enter a password. Use a passkey. Try another way. I can't get into my account. You know what I think? I think that resend. No, I want to go back. I want to go back here. Try another way. Try another way. I want to go 15146470694. Did I do that before? I don't remember. Anyways, I can't get into my account. I'll leave it for now. That'll be very sad. Okay, taking a glass of water. So just give me 1 minute. I have to put on any kind of music. So can I get into this account or have I been shut out here? It's crazy, eh? I'm not shut out here. So I wonder if I can switch my I wonder if I can switch my password here, but I'll do it after. Um, Just taking 1 minute. I don't know. I just like this one over here. So what you're looking at in the back, check it out. Try to figure it out. I'll be back. We'll talk about that. So I am back. Sorry for that delay. Sorry for that delay. Be wise, be well. Don't be selfish. Watch out for the ego, understand it. Mind, body, and soul for everybody around you. Mostly your own. You live with your head all your life. The mental is very important. The body is very important. Those that are around you are very important for their reason. Everything you do is very important for its reason. Enjoy. You know, the organ, the word organ, the organ player, the orchestration. You know, the orchestrate, castrate, orchestrate, something like that, you know, orchestrate, castrate. So you're starting with OR in organ, you're starting with alchemy with AL, which is just like the alphabet. You know, they even told us at the beginning of the alphabet, we're going to put you under a spell, right? Through G and H and through P and H. Right? So they already tell you how they put you under the spell, under the cell of the spell in creation. So right upon creation, you're already under the cell. Under the spell. Now I'm still learning how to conjunction all the letters together and how they tell a different story when you raise a letter. For instance, if I want to get to 7, I'm going to go 3137. So what if I wanted to go to 13? So I'm going to go 6 over to 13. So what does that mean now that I went 616 over to 13, but I only went 313 over to 7? Well, 7 could be the 7 days a week and the 13 moons. So I can run it that way. And then I can chop it up and go 31 days. Okay, and then I'm going to go 7. To understand not only 31 days, but it's 30 days. And then I'll go 4. And then I'll go 28 days. And then I'll go 1. And in brackets, 3-star period. Now, what is a year? A year is 360 degrees, equating to 360 plus 5.25, or what is 5 by 24 plus 6, equaling to 126, or how about 2160? Six times 6 times 6. 2 times 63. Base creation of the twin corridors here. Base creation here. 3 cubes. I want to go through the comments before I continue. If I do not, you have been scammed. Somebody left me a message. They're aware. Oh my God. This is so exciting. You know, when competition comes in here, you know what you have to do? You need to ice pick. Now, you don't have to put anybody down. You need to ice pick. Right? Choose the places you need to speak where you see they might have something, where you see that it's not you against the dealer, right? It's you facing the dealer's cards, but the dealer's cards, okay, are out to everybody around me. Dealer's cards can't hurt me, right? I can only be enlightened by the dealer's cards, but you can be hurt by the dealer's cards. Do you believe this person's story or do you believe this person's story? So it balances out, and it only helps me for something I didn't find, somebody else found by going against, okay, my game. This is only a game, meaning that when they do find something, it's only a game. How is not my game not fair to itself? This is nothing to do with outside in this world. But when you see everything that is outside in this world, I brought into this game, bringing all the understandings of this algorithm, that if you look up here all the way to get to the arrow and 6, there is no 3, 6, and 9. Take a good look. Wherever something is, if I'm going to say something, I'm going to say, this is where I found it. You can't say I made it up. I want you to just say, yes, it's there. There it is. Okay. Found this, found this, found this, found this, found this. Imagine this. Our Father sends us out into the wilderness, and he says, I need something that looks like this, and draws it out. And something that looks like this, and draws it out, and gives each one the same page. And they all come out with something that looks like about this. But in history, what looks like the letter A, what they talked about the letter A, is now I'm going to bring forward in my algorithm and call it the sun god Ra. So when GG33 comes out and reads a life path 6, or a reduction of what is 16 before it's reduced, let's not reduce these life paths. These are associations, right? This is how 7 came to be. Did 7 come to be by 2 and 5? Did 7 come to be by 1 and 6? By 3 and 4? Is it 7 divided by 2 equals to 3.5? Or is it 7 divided by 3 equals to 2.333? Or no, or wait a second. Was it 7 divided by 3 will equal to, or was it, which way do you go? 3 divided by 7 equals to, Jiminy crackers, I can't even go through all these questions yet before I gotta change my back screen. 3 divided by 7. Do I have it in a back screen, please? Oh my God. No. I'm so, oh my God. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Ta-da! There it is. This is when the air sign comes in. This is when Libra, you see Libra 7. Well, you're going to say it doesn't go over. Like if I had to go through the zodiac signs passing through the 12, you see I would get the 7, the top one here, and then this would be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then the female would come over here at number 5. Or I can go 5 and then over to 7, but that would just be 5 and 2. This would be 7 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But if we want to reconnect, we're going to reconnect over here, right? We're going to reconnect at 6. 5 connects, 6 connects. So this over here, what I did is in gematria, okay, when they count up to 7, after 7 is what? That's it. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But it doesn't go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 like the piano. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here. Now let me take off the background. It goes 1, 3, 5, 7, 5, 3, 1. 1, 3, 5, 7, 5, 3, 1. Here is M and N. Why does the top overlap? I added in over the alphabet. Now, somebody asked me, can I flip this over and put it down here and start one here and say my first part of my alphabet was this way. My next part of the alphabet will be down here, like above is below. Aleph shows me this way, where one arm is up, one arm is down. So possibly instead of doing this before I enclose it and create a mirror to myself, I will create the reflective house below. over here and flip this upside down. You see, we can flip the Y letter, and when the Y turns to its side, right, it becomes the T. And now if you really look at this, we can hold it this way. Does anybody see anything when I hold the phone this way? Can anybody see anything when I hold the phone this way? That's right. Step up to the plate. We've got all the bases. We've got home plate. We've got the two dugouts. We've got T connecting to T. When they crisscross, it creates X. What is this? Okay, I'll just show you again. I inverted, no, so let me continue. So when I did this, I went 1, 3, 5, 7, 5, 3, 1, 1, 3, 5, 7, 5, 3, 1. A, M, N, and Z are all ones. B, L, O, and Y are all twos. I and R are both fives. See, I and R play 5 and 9 from the 7th gate. Now, when they do that, they also do it on the cube. This part is the female. This is the reverse. This part is the male. This is the reverse. This is your base creation, right? 3 is the base. So what do you get? You get 21. 21 times 3 is 63. That's your lowest you can get. 63, 36, the corridor between 3 and 4 of the 7th gate. What is the corridor above? It's 4 and 6. 4, anything above 4 is in TH. Separation happens by the waters, by the teacher. YTH. YTH. What is TH? You know what TH is? Does anybody think they know what TH is? I don't really know. I just know what I see, and I'm sharing it with you. Okay, now wait. Let me read. I want to read this, and I want to finish off showing you this. Let me get back. Okay, 1, 3, 5, and 7 are explaining to you that they're all in the corners. They go in rotation. 2, 4, 6, and 8 are all at the edges. If you were looking at Rubik's Cube, 1, 3, 5, 7 would be a multiplier of 3 because they're at the corners. So I'm listening to the dictation of the games we use in our hand. I'm looking to the understanding of where 1 is as a position, out of a position of 9, as they showed me in my calculator. They've already explained to me what 8 is, right? 8 of 12. When you have 8 of 12, right, you can create an offset circle. But when you have 8 of 9, your circle becomes like the O letter. So now I'm going to go to the 15th letter. 1 and 5 equals to 6. The 6 and 9 rotate from each other. 1.5 times 6 equals to 9. The payout in blackjack is 1.5, which is equivalent of 3 to 2, which is the same equivalent as the mathematics of 1 times 5, 1 plus 5 equals 6 and 5, 11, where 2 times 3, 2 plus 3 is 6 and 5, 11. It's just two different perspectives coming to the same result. It's the gearing system between between what is quadra and what is trinity within the house. This way, you see 4 areas. This way, right? Sorry, this way, you see 3 areas. This way, you see 3 areas. When I hold it this way, there's 4 areas. Here is your smallest triangle. If you go to build a triangle in multi-dimensional, right? You can see the skeleton, if you like, of the triangle, and then you can see the guts of the triangle. So if you're going to be creating passages, if you're going to be hanging something to this, it has to be understood like this, because this and this are identical. Here you are. If you had to call this your head, right, then this would be your nose. This would be the size of your head. If you had it to put it the other way, would it be the underneath, behind you? Which way would it go? This way? I wouldn't know exactly how it goes, right? But you have to follow these rules. Now, here comes one big question to me. Here is one question to me. I don't work this way. I don't work this way. I work on all 45-degree angles. This is not a 45-degree angle. So when it becomes perfect like this, okay, this is that what the tetrahedron is? Is it the perfect one like this? Is it the one we get? Because Jen Anu sent me one once, and I broke it like all the rest of them. That's how I learned about them. So there's two different ways to look at these tetrahedrons, and I have to look at it because I have not looked at it. Okay, now. So no, well, it could be what's making up over here. It could be the front part, you know, your wide part here coming to your nose over here. What actually that is that's part of Trinity. Let me see if I have something simple to show you. See, look at this. See these three coins together? That's Trinity. See the way it makes that over here, right? Is that where your sacral, what is that in your chakras, right? What's that in your chakras? Before you run up your backbone, your skeleton all the way up, you come from your basin over here, your two moons. And then you run, you know, all the way up to the head over here, and that's when it splits out again. If you ran by force, right, if you run by four, it creates that start over here. So we have a straight line here and a straight line here, right? If I take this out and I put this here, you have this straight line all the way through here. So you come out here. You take this straight line, you come out here, you take a straight line, and you come over here. Now what do? Now you have to come up with a straight line here, and now you have the opposite straight line here, and the opposite straight line here. And do we have them all? And then in between here, we have this connection inside. If I worked with the four of them, I want to see if I have an even nickel. You know, change is very important. Change has to do with the house we're in. How does change have to do with the house we're in? See, this one says cents and dollars. But in most keyboards over here, right, when I press this one, you know what comes up over here? The pound key. The 9 comes up here, right? Here it's showing me dollars and cents. Here it's showing me the pound key. Will it be pounds or dollars and cents, right? The lira comes up over here. Both have to do with division and money signs. Here's another division. It's the percentage sign. It's the difference. You see, 3 and 4 and 6 and 7 belong right over here. And with the 5, look at that, ampersand, your DNA. When you go to the deck of cards, the 6 is present both in the 7 and in the 8. And your 8 shows you the star system. The 7 shows you the ampersand. So what does the question mark show you? The question mark shows you that you're at Q and U. So you're standing okay, on the seventh day, 717. How are you standing on 717 with a question mark? How are you standing on this? In blackjack, okay? In blackjack. In blackjack. Okay, in blackjack, 54. Otherwise, you'd be meeting at 27 and 27, right? So this is your basic separation, right? Black and jack. Actually, black is 29, jack is 25. You know what this equals to? You can, let's use one of the words as love, okay? Do you know what this is, that 29? That's right. That's the cycle. This is day one. You know what day comes after? That's right, day 28. Day 1 through 28, day 29 is the beginning of Waterworks and Electric Company, right? And that's where 57 comes in. So it's unlike what is 3 by 18, it becomes what is 3 by 19. You know, if I went to what was 3 by 14, you would ask me what was 3.14159265 all about. And you know what that's all about? Right, that's all about. Let me just show you, just to throw this in the back over here. That's about. Hold on a second. I'm going to get it. I need to put this down at the bottom. I'm gonna have to screenshot it myself. Okay, so it's going to be that. You see that? Pick any number right now. I want you to pick any number between 8 and 99. Somebody put out two numbers out there. And get out your calculator. Why is 6 afraid of 7? Well, what happens is once you take 6, okay, 6 and 7 comes to birth. 6, 7, 8, 9. 6 and 7 are together. It's the division of the gate, right, into the queen's world, into the half-life. That's what it is. But 6 and 1 creates the half-life, right? 1 is the heart of 6 and what creates 7. So 1 wouldn't be afraid of 7 because the 7th position is where 1 goes. It's the separation of 6 and 6. Everything goes to the operator of 1. The operator of 1, okay, calls on 8. Operator of 1 calls on 4 and 4, okay, or 1 and 8, equaling to 1/8. The thing about before I get to that, yeah, the thing about 8 is in star math, 8 is the only perfect number. 8 is the only perfect number. So where were we now? Water, coming back for questions. Okay, you gave me number 69. Is that what that number is? Okay, here it goes. 69. That's 1 less than 7 equals to 857,142. So what I want you to do is divide 69 by 7. So we're going to go 69 divided by 7 equals to 857,142. 857,142. Give me another one, please. Six and 7. What happens is when you go to 6 and 7, let me really show you why. In artwork and dimensions, what happens is it's stolen by a rib, and once you get to 7, you create, instead of a bridge, the 7 becomes the passage. Okay, just like I showed you over here. The 7 up here, 2, 4, 6, 8 connect each other, or 2, 4, 6, 8 connect, and then the ribs of 1, 3, 5, 7 are inserted, creating a passage. The upstairs of this here is I changed the alphabet into a continuation, and in a continuation, instead of starting over at 1 on the continuation, I kept going up by 2s. And when I continued and I went up by 2s, I arrived at number 15. And when I arrived at 15, I said, oh my God, I can't believe it. What can't you believe? 15, 1 and 5 is 6. Where did you begin? Began at 1, ended at 6. Yes, the other side of the cube, 1 and 6. Perfect. Well, what do you mean just perfect? Oh, perfect. Billiards. Billiards, 15 balls, the 7 and the 15. So I now use the game of pool, okay, 1 through 15 to create this. And now where 1 and 1 connect here, we now jump over here where we have 13 and 15 and 15 and 13 crossing over, or basically 6 and 4. They interlock the two sides above in the game of pool through the 8, right? The 8 ball in pool is the separation. Now this number goes with Elon Musk. Elon Musk goes with the numeric value that connects the energy, that connects the 88 constellations to the power gates of Mars. The power gates of Mars run the backboards of this house of what is the complete star system of 8, gets reduced to 4 different sections of 3, 3, 3, and 3. When you connect to ABC, ABD. I'm just trying to think of all the numbers that you connect to. You connect. Let me do it. I think I got it. You connect AEI. You connect CEG. You connect BEH. That's your first start connect. Or do it like this: 159357258, 159357456, 258456159, 258456357. So that's the way you connect this up to the basics of the totality of the star. And remember, there's only 9 numbers, and if you add them up, it equals to 45. Now, this is only one layer of understanding these numbers. And every time we understand how these numbers can move, so does the alphabet. So when I spoke before about mother, father, sister, and brother, they all have the assembly of THER, represents 51. For me, 51 is a bookend. What do you put in between 51? What do you put in between 1 and 5? You put 2, 3, and 4. Remember I showed you the lower world, 1, 2, 3, and 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3 equals to 6. 1, 2, 3 equals to 6. Right? If this bottom row, now the top row, 7, 8, 9 equals to 24, 4 times the difference. Now we didn't count this row. So now I'm going to count this row with this one. Well, because there's 4 here and 4 here, we're going to use this to connect the top and the bottom. So now I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 equals to 10. Your lowest combination to have 10 is 1, 2, 3, 4. Your highest combination is 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. This is where the Trinity comes in, is when you add the 4th number. The Trinity comes in. It's 3 numbers or it's 4 numbers. 2 numbers need to connect the 3rd number. We run the corridor into this number over here. The 4 connects to the 5, 9. The 6 connects to the 5, 11. We have 9 and 11. And now it says the Federation. And in cribbage, it's a big number. And in cribbage, it's 11, 11. What is 11, 11? Remember, it's 1 and 2. I need to take out this section. Why? Unless these two come together, I can't create this. Look at 1 and 2. Without 1 and 2, that creates everything else. How do I create the other house? So now the smallest and the highest is 1 and 8, 9, 2 and 7, 9, 4 and 5, 9. So I used 1 and 2 and I created that. Now I can move over. Now I still have to assemble 2, right? 1 was out of the picture, so was 4, so was 7. So now I connect 2 with 9, 11, 3 with 8,
11. Remember, 1 and 2 came together to create 3. 3 became the corridor to 4, but 4 is no longer there. 3 and 8, 11. 5 and 6, 11. We now have 11, 11, 11. And then we have 3 and 6, 9, 4 and 7, 11. We crisscross them over. We get our 365 days. 0.25, 0.22 goes for the dead weight, connecting to the constellations. 0.22 times 4 for the 88 constellations. 66 needed to connect 22. The trinity of 66 connected to 22, the outside source. 3 runs the corridor. When you look at these numbers over here, I'm taking a break now. I'm going to start talking about this. I'm going to tell you where I get all my information from. Meet my friends, the Dice Cubes. Deck of cards. A list of casino games, friendly games. Words. Calculator. Shapes. For under $10, you can do exactly what I'm doing. For under $10. For under $10 about a day. Oh my God. About $10 a day plus, oh, I'm sorry, $10 a day. Yes, $10 a day. Yes, plus. Yeah, it's about, yes. Is that my way to put something on you? Have a little heart. Be my buddy. Anyways, I don't like these. So what is my end result here? At the beginning, I didn't know. At the beginning, I just knew one thing. I was not well when this all began. I was not well. Now, 20 years later, next week, the 5th. Do you know what it is, May 1st? It's the 121st day. But it's the 121st day in the first non-year cycle, in the non-bisextile cycle. We go 3 years non-bisextile, right? And we have to run a cycle of 16 years. Why 16 years? Sorry, 12 years and then 4 more years. Why? Because first we have to load the bases, and then the next time we throw 4 balls to a batter, they'll bring that one in. So, right? Because if it was 9 years, that would be everybody's out, because it's 3 strikes and you're out. So it goes 9, okay? It goes 9, right? 9 for the out. 9 strikes and 3 strikes. And then we have 4 balls. And then we have 8 balls. And then we have 12 balls. And at 16 balls, we have a run scores. Okay, also we have the RBI that comes in. So this is all. So in the RBI, you can add on that's the bisextile. That's the connection to your R. Your R is a representation of 18. The 1st through the 18th equals 171. Okay, this is your passage through the constellation. Okay, when the Vatican went in and they made that switch and they turned TikTok off for that day, when all our hearts sunk, they created an air pocket. They were switching over something. Something was being moved over. Our eyes had to be moved. We had to be looking at something else, right? It's like a contortion. Like if we really wanted to do something, like I thought of something for my game, I wanted to trick my game. Because my game is going to pick up all the algorithms that everybody shares with it. And if there's a slot, an equation in the game that I have created to put in there to jumble out what somebody adds into the game, right? We all have to be able to play this game at home. What I'm trying to create is basically there's something already out there. And I'm not really sure which way I was going, but from day one when I began, neither did I. And I still don't. But at least I've sort of broadened my my capacity to share this information, if it is anything at all. Let me go back. Hold on. There's 50 more things going on. Okay, let me bring back the comments. Okay, so hold on a second. They all disappeared. Why is 6 afraid of 7? No, we did that. 7, 8, 9. WTF. Where's the one where somebody said 63? Somebody said 4 and 5. 789, 529. Okay, now I got to start this over again. Something's missing here. Okay, is that the number you want to pick, number 45? So pick any number, any two numbers, right? And if it's 45, okay, I'll take 45. That's female, that's the sun, that's the fox pass. That's going to run down the heart, separating the 9-11. That is going to be your upright position. It's going to be your day position. You're going to be the ruler by the inch on that day. You're going to be the two ends of the 1/2 of the ruler, equaling to 6. Why did I say that? The day is 16 hours. The night is 8 hours when running in Trinity. 1 and 6, they're on each side of the cube. 4 times 4, 4 plus 4 creates that situation. This is where 8 and 7 that come in. Let me repeat this. One times 7 equals to 7. 1 plus 7 equals to 8. From 7, I create 8. Now, this is supposed to be the house, male, and inside of it, whose house is it? The female. The 8 belongs to the queen. It's a halfway house. The 8 or 88 constellations and the 7 or the 77 power or the 77 matter or the 77 CHRIST reduce to 5, which becomes the power in the ocean, which is now the energy. 7 and 7 is 14. 1 and 4 equals to 5. Both 74 and 77, or energy and matter, or power, are all can connect to the same numeric value as 151, which is Mars, also saying Jesus Christ. 74 plus 77. When added together, it equals to 52. The numeric value for Earth is 2552. It holds the void within the 5 and 2, holding Jesus within the heart. 7 and 4. The 7 and 4 holding Jesus within the heart runs from the numeric value 5, which runs from the power of the ocean. 7 and 7 is 14. 1 and 4 is 5. When you add up these numbers, 5 plus birth equals 14 plus birth equals 23 plus birth equals to 32. 32, 3 and 2 is 5. 2 and 3 is 5. 5, 5, 5, 5. When you add them up, it equals to 74. It is 3 by 25 minus 1. It is 4 by 18 plus 2. This is where this here is y and this is r. When the combination of r, y comes together, this is what's happening. AB, RY, DC. 7 and 9. You remember I told you mother is number 79. But she is the 79 in the connection with the father and the brother, unlike the sister. The sister does not attain the H. The sister only attains the T. The T is part of what is in the E world. It's in the 5th dimension of the D world. The difference between D and E is D contains the heart lifeline within it. 1 and 4, 2 and 3. So this is 4 times what is this equals to this. This 4 times 5 equals to 20. It equates into the powerhouse with T. Let's call it the ocean. When you work with the letter T, okay, it is not the same as the other letters. Only the word 8 ends in the letter T. Only the word 8 ends in the letter T. When you say 18, you say it. But when you write it, 8 and teen together, you do not have to write TT, only one T. They join. What was 40 is 20. When you write 8 or eighth, again, you don't count the 20. So we know now that within that 8, it already contains, okay? It already contains within it, right? When you're going to eighth, it already contains within it because of the T. All you need to add on is the 8. Where does the 8 go? The 8 is the heart of where the 7 and 9 part of the mother creation in the heavens. The 8 will connect to 8, and around it will be 18, and around it will be 28, and around it will be 38, and around it will be 48, and the corridors between 3 and 4, 38 to 48. 38 is where the cube comes in, and it runs the corridor to 48. This is where Pluto comes in. There are 8 around 1. When I was showing you the cube, this is where Pluto comes in. Yeah, I just want to try and remember that is. So in 8, now we're going to go to Neptune. Now we're going to say, well, what is 8? What can be the importance of 8? And then if I can find those magical dice that seem to disappear on me. Oh, look at that. It just popped up. Oh, my God. Oh, I found it. I found it. Anybody bring the hammer? Did anybody understand that? Hammer is actually communication. Nail is 333, part of 666, part of creation. The crossings of between one side and the other, the joining of the 6 and 6 zodiac sign to bring on the king of the roses. The one, the power and energy, that horsepower. Number 65, the white horse, the unicorn that will ignite everything. That little angle on the cross, the V turns sideways. When you do that, you end up with this. The cube turns sideways. You plug up with this element here and this element here, right? To support it, to square it off. And this one here and this one here to square it off. All your corners. I have to show that better. Oh, maybe this one. See what happens when you turn the cube? It ends up, look, what could have been within its own. You see the center of this one over here? Look what happens to it. It ends up a little bit in everybody's zone. 2, 4, 6, 8, rotating and turning the heart position to a triangular area. 2 triangles inside of a square. You know the part of the rotation in NASA, the turtle and everything coming together? There should be one more row over here. In order to have completion of a shell, replicable or close to replicable, there should have been at least 12. So what happens to 13? 13 means I'm going to have to go to here, right? So what happened to that turtle shell of 13? What number does it go to? Because I'll just keep replicating this. And now there's 2 ways to do it. I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then replicate the cell. And if I did that, I'll end up with 28, 35, 42. Otherwise, it's going to be 29, 36, 43. Actually, I should run by 6 is 42, 48. Okay. Yeah, I'm just losing myself right now. I don't remember where I was at. I'm just so thirsty. I shouldn't have rushed through this. Where's my water? Oh yes, I boiled water 10 minutes ago. I'm going too fast, too fast, too fast. Oh, it's 1 o'clock. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do this till about 2 o'clock or something. Just want to see something. Okay. So let me see where I was now. I jumped on so many subjects at the same time. Shame on me, right? We went off. I'm just looking at my page right now, what I wrote down. When I went the 8 times 3.5, right? Which equals to 28. Then I spoke about the ounce. This is where the operator comes in. All the way around, right? All the way around. This area over here is like the operator. If I wanted to move, we'd have to look at the knight in shining armor. Now we're talking about that silver cord. Why? I think it's which chess piece? Is it the rook that moves all the way around 2 by 1? So watch the movement. Start at 1, move 2 over 1. Start at 4, move 1 over 2. Start at 7, move 2 over 1. You got it? 1, 8 is 9. 4, 9 is 13. 1 and 3 is 4. 7, 6 is 13. 1 and 3 is 4. 8, 3 is 11. 1 and 1 is 2. 9, 2, 11. 1 and 1 is 2. 6, 1, 7. 3, 4, 7. 2, 7, 9. So you saw 7, 9, 11, 13 all the way around. We showed you the left side. Now what about the side that explains the cube? 6 opposite 1 only takes me over here. 3 opposite 4 only takes me over here. 5 opposite 2 takes me over here. So I never got to the top. But what I did get is that, like I showed you before, that if I'm going to separate this tube between above and below, this showed me how it connected to this area here. Remember I told you the quarter house, this house, and this house, how do we connect them? Well, this house is 6 and this is 24. It's a 4-to-1 difference. So when this one connected to this, it was all 7s, right? Well, how does this one connect? Remember, I went 1, 6. So what is the opposite of 1, 6 up here? It's 9 and 4. But we're not going to go there yet. What we're going to do is show you this. A fire sign over to an earth sign. An air sign over to a water sign. An earth sign over to a fire sign. Remember we started with fire? Well, how about fire over to water? Or we had fire over to earth. 9 and 4, 13. 8 and 5, 13. Scorpio. Water into fire. Where we brought Venus, Taurus. fixed sign into a fixed sign. 713. What is 9413 is like 167. What is 7613 is like 347. What is 8513 is like 2513. What is below is 7 is the upper house of 13. What is to the east of what is 9 to the west of what is 11. Dividing up the house. The numbers you see over here, pick any two numbers right now. Just go ahead, pick any two numbers. Pick any two numbers. Numbers, a single digit. So I think you said 713. Yeah, 7 by 13 is 91. First half of the alphabet, first half of 13. Someone pick any two numbers. Someone pick any two numbers. Let me see if I can stay adjoined with this. Anybody want to try this? Anybody want to pick any two numbers? We're 7 of us. Oh my God. Aren't you excited, everybody? Aren't you excited? 7 of us. 8 billion in the world. We're the 7 here. We're the 7. Like, this is the beginning. You see, we make contact. See that star over there? That's what happens. When we join, that is where the power is. Have you ever had charcoal before? Right? When is charcoal the best? That's right. Right? When it begins like that. That's when you get the power out of it. So let's ignite our charcoal, our chakra. CNH. Where does the CNH come from? You want to start with this? We're going to do this, but I need some participation in this if I want to do this. Okay, we did 69. Okay, we'll do that. Does anybody know about, also I want to know if anybody knows about, and I'm still going to do the father, brother, sister thing, right? Does anybody know about number 33? Does anybody know about 11 master numbers, right? And animal traits are huge, right? Animal traits. I mean, if you really want to find out about yourself, you must look at animal traits and also the 360 of the animal traits. And during the 4 seasons, you know what I'm saying? There's 4 seasons in a year, so there's 4 seasons for the animal. You have to put the animal a zodiac sign up there through its numeric value, and then calculate yourself through that animal. If you want to do it on a tree, you can do it on a tree also. You can do it on all the trees. Why? Because they all have names, they all have letters, they're all words. So 69. 69 is going to be in the 6th position. Going to be in the 857142. Eighty-five seven one four. 85714. Does anybody have any other two numbers? Well, over the E world, if Abraxas is ruling over this, right, then that is, personally, I think anything to do with 365 is part of the Trinity creations, and I believe there's thousands of them out there as there are TV sets. 74, that would be in the 4th house. That would be 571428. Five seven one four two eight. Does anybody have another two numbers for me? And then I'll move on. Hello, Junior. 21. 21 equals 3. Give me another one. Or you know what I should say? Any number you tell me, if I don't like it, I'm going to add 4 to it, regardless. 21 is just going to give me a number of 3. There isn't. Oh, 21, it fits here. It fits here. So . Just to let you know, the reverse of what is pi is this. And it just keeps going 1 8 1 8 1 8 1 8 1 8 1 8 1 8 1 8 1 8 1 8 1 8. And it should represent 792. And that's a continuous birth within this house. What do I do to get that? Is you see the center of this design over here? Well, if I take a protractor and create a circle around it, right? And I want to come back to a position in this circle, right? Every number must match 10 in its own house. So to bring everything back to something, it all has to go back to the association of 10. Now, there are two associations of 10. One of them creates a square, the other one creates a right angle. Because the 3 and 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, when I run down this way, all the way back this way, the association of this 10 shows me this right angle connect. Unlike the 1 and 9 association, 10, 2 and 8, 6 and 4, 7 and 3, this area over here shows me a half area life. Do not use this, do not use this. These are connections in order to connect the matrices up. Yes, pi. So when you look at this number over here, right, this is 999,000 divided by 7, equaling to 142,857, which is the same as 22. And you know what's funny? Hold on a second. This is just funny. I just found something else out. Okay, this is really cool. 22 divided by 7, okay, is 3.14287. But if I do 222 divided by 7, okay, I end up with 31.714285, and that brings me up into the 5th position. Another thing I wanted to add in is just like your ABC, when you get into TH, I'd like to think it's a new beginning. Okay, why? 4 is in the same position as gold. It's first in its realm. It uses A and B to create C. In this reality now on level 2, it's 4 and 5 equals to 6, but it really equals to 9. But we have 9 months to equal to the birth, right? Crown the 13th, but we're noted as 5 and 6, 11. Our zodiac signs, on one side of our zodiac sign, we are AB equals to what is 1 and 2 equals to 3. On the other side, we are the E and F equals to what is 5 and 6 equals to that 11. 1, 2, 5, 6. In between is the passage of C and D. This is where C and D comes in. So let me try that again. 1, 2, 3, 4 divided by 7 equals to, wow. So if I did 1, 2, 3, 4 divided by, no. So I went 2,222 divided by 7, and I get 317.42857. Where does that go? Oh, yes, look at that. I reduced down to over here. So now I'm going to do 5 twos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to do by 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 divided by 7 equals. Now we get 3174.5 5714. So now I reduce to, oh, now I went over to this one over here. I'm going to show you the end result. Now I'm going to do 6 twos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 divided by 7 equals 317.46. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 divided by 7, 317.46. And I don't even know if I have that on here. See, I don't even have it on here. I don't even have the 6 on here. Wow. I know this number fits somewhere. I've seen this number before. I've seen that number before. 31746. See, there is no, oh my God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, okay. 31746. Because it's a perfect, somehow it divides. 31746 divided by 7 equals hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 divided by 7 equals 31746. It's a perfect number. Okay, I just have to understand this because the beginning of that number is here. And then we divide this by 7 in order to equate to this, 142857. So when we get 142857, we get it here. Then here. You see, the seventh day is this. It's 100%. 7 equals to 100%. So when you pray on the seventh day, you're praying to the 100%. But the thing is, algorithm ends at 6. The algorithm that doesn't end at 6, okay, are the ones we use for the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Its own algorithm, which equates to what is the days of the week, to what equate to the weeks in the month, to what also is an understanding between 313 days, between 6 days and 1 days for the touchdown, between 5 and 2 days, what makes things bigger and smaller. 6 and 1 is that seventh gate. Why? The 16th letter is P, and the 1 and the 6, okay, in their wording as the word 1, O-N-E, equals to 3 and 4, 7, as 6, S-I-X, 5 and 2, 7. So they create all the 7s. They create all the reversals of the cube. The reverse of what is P is K. Now this is where the cube comes in. You want to get back to this cubic thing, or you want to get to this? You want to see the master numbers, or you want to see this? When you look at every single one of these numbers, I need water. Just give me a second. Oh, I think I got it here. Okay, I wanted to mark something on here. So what we're going to do is, if you notice, when I mix the first one here with the last one here, the sixth one equaling to 7, it equals 999. When I enter this one with this one, it's 999, and these two are 999. So it's all these combinations to equal to this. So they all run in singularity. There is no seventh day. But this is what I'm going to do. 1 over to 2, over to 4, over to 8. When I get to 8, I get over to 1. Then I go to 16. 1 and 6 is 7. 7 and 7 is 14. I go all the way to 5. And I stop here. This is my entry point. If I double 5 again, if I work by the days of the week, I come back to 1. I moved 6 cycles to get into the 5th position. And that's all you can move. This cube only has 6 sides. And when you get into that position, you flip the cube onto the other side. Each one of these numbers are consistent within their own. 851472 is also 851472 is 851472, 851472, 8514. Every single one. Every single block has 6 numbers. Adding up every single number, and each one has no 3, 6, and 9. When you add them all up, each row, the 6 numbers, they all equal to 27. Every single one. Like I said, you need 1 between 2 to equal to 3. The trinity is 3. 3 by the 6, okay, equals to a total of 3 by 6 is 18. 3 plus 6 is 9. So your base creation is base 27. Now, since you have 9, you automatically know that if you did divide this or multiplied it by 9, you would end up in the 3rd box in your creation. So you come in only after things were already divided up, because your 9 birth is here. 10, 11, 12, 13. Matrix. Spirit of 76. This side, pick any number. Pick any number. Again, we're going to go to this side. Unless you want to stop, let me look what's going on. Hold on. I missed a whole bunch here. Hold on. Mate 8, great. Don't take the bait. Don't be too late. Take it easy. Have a good time on the way. Hey, have a good time on the way. I was told. Crystal says I was told that 38 is my work and is this lifetime. I was told years ago 38 is my work in this lifetime. So you are working within the Trinity. So you're working with what's inside the box, using outside the box reality to bring inside the box to help all areas without disturbing anybody inside the box, doing the best you can do. 3 by 8, 3 plus 8 equals to 35, and you are the power up of both the male and the female and the balance within the moon. Da, 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 da. I have been researching James. Within James is your soul. The J is within what is 10. Reverse what is the Q. S is a plural. Am is the soul. The AM from outside the world, not broken up inside the E world, divided up. M is the only Roman numeral equaling to what is 13, where the 7th area is what divides up the house, which reminds me, I did not show you why 7 was scared of 6 or 6 was scared of 7. But hold on. Oh, I gotta, okay. I would have to take that off, right? So just give me a minute. Wait, you were giving me more numbers. Hold on with the numbers, but yes, I do want 2 numbers, and Give me something easy. It's like, I don't care. I don't care. Give me any two numbers you want, but you're gonna make it too easy if it's under 10, you know. Yeah, well, five is, you know what, five is a questionable number. When you split something in half, right? Usually call that half and half, right? If you cut it in half four times, right, something that's the heart of the center, you would call that nine, right? If you split something in two, you would call it five. That's just base analogy. Anyways, that can go both ways. So I don't like that I said that because I just started calculating it and there's a few ways to look at it. So there's a judgment call. The reason six is a scare to seven because that red zone around the center is the seventh area. Okay, that is where the control to all the trains are. If you sit in that box, you can see all the trains coming. That entire box, okay, is six is owned by seven, which rules over the four kingdoms of eight. And that's where the queen comes in. That's where the one eye of the king comes in. That's where the crowns of the jack come in. The heart of this board is made up of 13 by 13 areas. The heart area is a 1 by 8 area space. I can look and compare it to the 3 by 3 cube or Rubik's Cube. The corner is made up in red. As you can see, the area space taken up there by the squares are 4. It's a 2 by 2. And what you can see, and even the square in the corner is a 2 by 2. What you see in orange, let's say down at the bottom, you can see this linear. Each area is a 1 by 2, 1 by 2, 1 by 2. Here is the 7th area. Here is the 7th area. Crisscrossing a 77 on the cross. But that's only one dimension. And you saw other numbers that go with it. Because 20 is the breakup point. 20 is the breakup point, right? So it's 20 all around. 3, 3, 3, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 8, and 12. The same equation that goes on with the hexahedron. The same numeric values over to the edges and the corners. All the centers add up to 6. Remember? There's only 6 hearts on a cube. So if we're talking about 6, what are we talking about? Are we talking about the 6th heart? Are we talking about the single area? Are we talking about the 5th position? The 1 center to 9? The 1 area surrounded by 8? The 9th area surrounded by 8? At the same time, we can also do it this way. Do you remember the one corner over here? But what if I took 4 boards and put 4 Monopoly games together, and now they incarcerated us behind this wall over here? One here, one here, one here, each one the same of the other, running the oceans in between, running the trains. And there is one train they call the short train, number 36. That's your creation train. That's where Boardwalk is. Did you know that the Mediterranean is the split? When you go around Monopoly and you come to the Mediterranean, that's the split. It's the untouchable. Only when the game ends is it touchable. Did you know the borderline of that area space occupied to the heart going out 6, 1? The red position through the orange position is 8. Going around that is 16. Going around that is 24, 32, 40, reaching the rim, and then 48 reaching the exterior, reaching to what is 40 and 48 for the 88 constellations. That when we run purple over to the light orange, there's 22 area spaces, 22, 22, 22, 22, to the 88 constellations. Call in and vote 88022 Trump. Trump is the same numeric value as the board. Using the center of the board, use a heart position, a seagull. Using the corner of the board, call it a window. Call this center Earth, call this part Mars. The adjoining worlds between Earth and Mars association amongst the galactic starbase. Abraham and Isaac. I like to call this one maybe Isaac and Jacob and Ishmael and Abraham because they can be understood. 44, Abraham. 33, Isaac. Do you know that when you double up, what is the separation of 34? Of 3 and 3, I mean, of 6 and 8? It becomes 6 and 7. And then it becomes 7 and 8. Becomes 6 and 7 and 7 and 8. But we're not the 8. We're the 6 and the 7. 6 and 7 and 3 and 4, right? The passage of the corridor of 3 and 4 reaches out to 6 and 7. This is where that peace, that heart center comes out in Monopoly. This is where the 6 and 7 is the representation of where Ishmael would join the twins, the two mothers. Here. This design, I think it's a little bit big. This over here. See that the book on each side, divided house, divided breath of the father into the two houses of the mother. See, the W will be running on an angle outwards. The W is going to have more of an expression of 159 and 358. She'll be running on an angle. The M will run more towards the cardinal, mutable, and fixed signs, up and down. But the house has all been tilted. Even that should be tilted. See the 44? Did you know, I think it's the H. The 4 flipped upside down looks like an H. Anyways, regardless. Flip, hold on, flip, take this background. I want the background done. No, I want the background done. Get the background done. So yeah, we didn't do the number 13. I got to bring back that box again. Okay, let's finish this off, okay? This one's divisible by 13. That one's divisible by 7. No matter what you do, you're only left with every number except there's no 3, 6, and 9. Because it's a divisible by 7. Divisible by 7 has no 3, 6, and 9. Connecting of the heartbeat. We're the seventh day. Binary code proves it. Whether I go 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, or whether I go 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, or whether I go 3, 6, 9, 12, 24, 48, 96, or whether I go 4, 8, and so on. That is the rendition of binary code. Things start over at 7 in binary code. So when somebody's telling me about 0, 1, I'm telling you skeleton. In this world that I play, binary code to 9. Next level of binary code, 9, 18, 36, 72, 144, 288, 576, stop. 5,760, 1,440 minutes by 4 days is a reset. 5,760 years in Hebrew time was the year 2000. So for that, 5760 times 13 equals to 74,088. Look at that, the power of the constellations like I spoke before, through the gateways. So that calculation was 57 760 times 13, and equivalent to the year 2000, which also equates to 2600, equating to the number of letters in the alphabet, the split alphabet. The upper part of the dice, the queen is 62. 62 is reverse 51. 62.37, the airwave, 51.84. Okay, bringing the heavens, bringing Trinity together. Okay, so both equations did the same thing. Both equations. See this one here where we went Cancer, Scorpio? Here we went Gemini, Libra. It stayed inside its own sign. The air sign. And then over here we have the water sign. So does it work for the other ones also? No, it's different. In this one, it stays perfect. This is the lowest you can get. That's the highest you can get. So it's following suit. We went to the next one because 5 and 3 is 8, is 6 and 2 is 8, and 2 and 4 is 6, is 5 and 1 is 6. But in this scenario over here, where 5 and 3 was 8, look, I got the same result. I got a 10, but not the same 10. I went from over here, I went from a water sign, right, over here into an earth sign. I came from Leo. Leo's a fire sign. And I joined my fire sign with Gemini. Gemini is an air sign. 3, 4, 5, 6 makes it pretty much a good straight, right? Did you know that 5, 4 becomes the female, 3, 6 becomes the male, and the word love comes out of this over here? It's a perfect word. They reflect each other in 99. This one over here in 5184 is 360 days at 1440 minutes is 51,840 X zeros. This one over here will reflect the rainbow, will reflect the Giza pyramid at 5184. It also reflects Mars and Pluto. When it reflects that, its alter reflection will be 62. It's also going to reflect the queen. Here, the queen controls the airway, right? 37. So when we come to this side, this one over here, look at that. Here's a 10, here's a 10, here's 2 and 4, here's 7 and 5, 12, here's 8 and 4. This one's coming. There's a gateway within the moon. Communication has been altered through the moon. Something to do with the cat. 24 is the numeric value for the cat. It's also 42, the numeric value for the 5 and 9. The 9 is a reflective of the 5, which is the male and the female. Three and 2, 5, 6 and 3, 9, 1 and 4, 5, 5 and 4, 9. The split house into the dimensions of delta. When they come into that dimension, that's why the C3 is also gamma. It brings in the upper world. This is going to be replaced with inside the 5. This is where it ignites the 7 to communicate with the 3 through the air sign. So when we come into the third part of this, there's a missing piece. Yes, that's right. 4 and 4 is 8. 3 and 3 is 6. Very observant. But in this scenario over here, where 3 and 3 equals to 6, where 2 and 4 equals to 6, where 5 and 1 equals to 6, 12, 12, 3 and 3, where 3 and 3 equals to 6, 6 and 6 equals to 12, 5 and 5 equals to 10. So let me color that in so it's easier to see because I couldn't even see. I love my yellow and orange. So when you're looking at this, 6237, 5346, 55, 1 and 0. So let me explain it to you. When you have a 5 and a 5, the reverse, okay, of this is 2. Okay, the 5 reverse is 2. That's not what I'm looking for. Every face is a 9. Hello? They hung up? I've seen that number before. I've seen that number before. Just give me a second. Okay, so let me just finish off with this. These are all the 8s on the cube, right? These are not guesses. This is 4 and 2. This is 5 and 3. Here you see 3 and 2. Here you have 5 and 4. That's where your 5 and your 9 come in. Here is when your 5, 3, 8 and your 4, 2, 6 come in. Here is when your 4, 4, 8 come in and your 3, 3, 6 come in. Here is when your 6, 2, 8 comes in, your 5, 1, 6 come in. So when you do that, every area we added must equal to 9 in order to do this equation. So when I add these, 3 and 6, 9, 7 and 2, 9, 8 and 1, 9, 4 and 5, 9, 5 and 4, 9, 6 and 3, 9. And each one of the 8s will equal to what is 10. Each one of the 6s is what is 12. So we know if each one of the 6s, okay, each one of the 6s, 6s and 12 and the 8s and 10, we know the separation of that is the 11 is the separation. Now, the lower house and the upper house, the portal is between 3 and 4. You go to the upper house, you go to 6 and 8. And in that position, that's where your 7 and 11th gate. The separation between 6 and 8 is 7 and 11. And now we're going to go to where this comes to be. But first, we're going to take a 2-minute break, and then I'm going to explain number 13 and look through, explain to you what's going on this side. And then I'm going to read everything that's going on. I see 74, and I don't know if that number, when that number was brought up, starting to sound like Alex Jones, you know? Yes, so let me just put on one song. I got to take a 2-minute break here. Okay, let me see how far I can go back with this. I should have saved, I should have liked all of my stuff. So let me go to the main menu because I want to go back really, really far to something I really liked. I don't know if I should play this one. No, let me roll it back. How far can I go back? We should also look over number 8. Wow. Oh, I'm really getting back there, eh? Oh boy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, I think I've just 1 second. I'm catching up with you. I hear you. What you doing, darling? Darling Valentine. Oh my God. The breath, the carbon tax. This is the reason. Do you know what's going on right now? In my game, it's because of this animal. It has the highest rank in my game. Nothing outranks the word pig. Remember this. Nothing outranks the combination of the word pig. And I just want to show you something. The reverse of pig is 292. Does everybody know that's the beginning of the cycle of coming here? That's the highest communication cycle you can get. There is no other stronger than this. I'm going to explain that to you, and that's the year we're in right now. 2 more years, 18 months to the next cycle, right? 18 more months to the next cycle and transition period. I'm going to explain that. I'm going to explain this. I just need my break. So just give me a second here. Okay, let me see if I can get this one song up. Okay, I'm going to tell you what this is. This is about God and God resting. And when you think about God resting, think about monkeys, think about numbers 12 through 16, right? We also have to get back to, we had the question mark. The question came back to Leo's head and to Capricorn, has to do with the rest. And the question has to do 17 and 21. Q and U inside the game of blackjack.
Here's the updated in the book of metaphors titled See Rest your soul, take a break, find some peace today. Like God who rested on the 7th, let the world drift away. The system's genesis begins with light. Power surges on, a word of code, let there be light. And the circuits hum along, from processors to pixels, the unseen trinity. The Father in the firmware, the Son in memory. Rest your mind, restore your heart, and let your burdens fall. In every place, in every way, rest connects us all. Restore points that go even, a garden full repair. When errors fall like Adam's sin, redemption's always there. As manager, the angel's sword guards what can't return. But updates run like saving grace, so we don't crash and burn. From processors to pixels, the unseen trinity. The Father in the firmware, the Son in memory. Rest your mind, restore your heart, and let your burdens fall. In every place, in every way, rest connects us all. I stand, I rest on 17, standing and resting, says the horse, of course. The drivers are commandments, each one set to guide. The virus-like temptation must be cast aside. The Sabbath is the reboot where the soul can realign. And on the 7th day it rests, God's design. Divine updates are epistles sent to show the way. Fixing bugs, restoring truth, like prophets in their day. The system's Pentecost arrives, the Spirit breathes anew. Power flows, creation wakes, and life begins day 2. From processors to pixels, It's the unseen trinity. The Father in the firmware.
So another thing to say is that regardless of your numeric value or your life path, okay, there's other things, other entities that will enter into it. It's all about the algorithms. When you go for, oh, read my this, read my that, you don't need anything read, really and truthfully, really and truthfully. If other people around you want to judge you at the time when they know you, I mean, that's your best judgment, is it not? Right? Unless you really don't know where you are, because we are connected to this system, and it seems like we're being dragged along from the altered zodiac that connects us here, or whatever it is, how they changed that pinball in the sky. I have James on where what? Oh, you mean King, what? Were you looking at the King James version? Where did I put that out? I don't know where you saw that, but I have King James version, if that's what you're talking about. LeBron's James, reflection of the constellations, the Trinity running the cardinal signs. So now that we saw this 11, did everybody understand this 11? Right? So when I showed you that 11, okay, it means that all reverse sides of 7 on a cube are also reverse 11. But since there's 3 reverse sides, right, does that mean there should be 3 7s? No. There are 3 reverse 7s. 3 times 7 equals 21, the cube reverse. Now, because it's 3 by 11 equals 33, the cube reverse in the void, the other in the dot. Now there's one more, okay? There's a void, 7 equals to 3 plus 4, and there's a void, 11 equals to 6 plus 5. 6 and 5 runs duplicate, and so does 3 and 4 run duplicate. Remember the word love, 3, 4, 5, 6. The male sex organ, 63. The female, 54. 63, 54. That's right. 117, right? 2 and 7. 3 times 6, 3 plus 6. The house of bait. Guess what? Every reverse side of this cube is 11. When it sits flat like this, the ring side crisscrosses 22. Crisscrossing 22, 4 cubes, 88 constellations. Around the bend is 2214. Up and down is 7 come 11. Wear it like a ring, and you will be bound and banded to the system. Accepting in honor, I do. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Where does the do sound, where does this do sound come from? Well, the do sound of do, okay, is 1, 8, 15, 22, 29. Okay, do you know what that is? From right to left and left to right, okay, you become part of the system. It says Ahova. Look at the piano. Okay, this 57, 184, right? That's the corridor between 3 and 4. I'm not looking at it right now. If you take a look, right, there is no 3, 6, and 9. This is what runs the vibration for 3, 6, and 9. And take a look at every third number. Put the first 2 together, skip with the 1, put the next 2 together, skip with the 8. 1 and 8 equals to your 9. You cycle your void between these 2. This is definitely, for me, this is the moon, right? Passing through that moon. the moon sun cycle. I think the sun runs with the five with the oceans, right? In fact, somehow I've had two things tell me that we're living in some white, we're living like our base outside is like all frosty white. That's what I see. White equals to 65. White equals to power, right? The crunching power of the ice, right? So the Kuiper Belt is that cold area. The ninth planet is in that area, and it resides within you. Imagine we're keeping our body temperature at 90 something degrees. We're always cooling ourselves off, right? Where are we with this? Yeah, so I'd have to look deeper into this. And if you give me something a little bit more to work with, 428, 521 over here. Yeah, I'm in the middle of a thing, but I can just listen to you. If you don't talk too loud for a minute, I'll take a minute break.
Yeah, no, I was just calling to see what's going on.
Yeah, okay. I'll call you back. Ciao. That was the big bad wolf. Arugula! I'm going to tell you one thing. You want to go out there? I'm taking a commercial break right now to tell you what I like. Okay. Me, my two best friends, first of all, don't go home without it. No matter how bad it smells, that's a personal judgment. Oh my God, so healing. Yeah. So where was I? Yeah, let's put that last piece up there. You're welcome, Nicole. That's the song they playing on Eagle. That's the song they're playing on Eaglewood. Hold on a second. That's the song they playing on Inglewood. Hold on. Inglewood song. What is Inglewood? Which song? Hold on a second. Let me just go back here. Are you talking about this song?
Use the up-to-do. Metaphors times the C element. Rest your soul, take a break, find some peace today. Like God who rested on the seventh, let the world drift away. The system's genesis begins with light. Power surges on, a word of code, let there be light. And the circuits hum along, from processors to pixels.
Are you talking about that song there? What's the song on the... They're playing the song on Inglewood. No, so I don't know. Lockwood? Songs they're playing by Lockwood.
Last time you were here was mentioning some records to you.
I don't know. I need a link. Need a link. Need a link. Need a link. Where? Oh, this is so good. Honey, what? You want me to come into the bedroom? But I got a garlic. Oh no. I got garlic, you know. Yeah, she wanted to know if I wanted a rutabaga. That's okay. No rutabaga for me. I'll stick with my two buddies. Whoa, I just did something really, really, really not good. Good, not good. Telling me to get out of the house, you know. So, what I showed you prior is that the cubes are absolutely perfect, but I didn't show you the final step. These cups are for sale. They're behind me on the counter. If anybody wants to buy the collection, I'm sending 20% of the money to any association that I deem will respect the money, or just give it to some people on the street, you know, give them some burgers or something. So when I'm really stressed, I'll use two hands and I'll do it, and I'll just do the really thin one. What's the cost of this one? $35. Believe it or not, you know what it's worth? I think about $13. But for donation purposes. Oh, I smashed it! Oh no! Somebody's not eating today! You know it doesn't take any money to do anything. Did you know that? Honey, I'm in labor. Yeah, I know that. Honey, I'm in, like, today, I'm going to tell you one thing. Today, you wake up, look out on the street. We're all in labor. We're all doing something. You know what I'm saying? That's what labor is, doing something. Okay? Somebody once asked me if in my game, if the girl robots have to work as hard as the male robots, and I said yes. I said, but they only have to leave the house 3 days a week. Sorry, they only have to leave the house 4 days a week, 3 days a week, and when they get a younger or older, it goes down to 3 days a week as an obligation, and then down to 2 days a week. Right? We have to stop at 2. Why do we stop at 2? Because when you came here into this world, you were born on day 6. God took a rest with 1 day. You don't want to go back to that 1 day where you're taking a rest. So that's why we stop at 2 and we keep you working. We also keep you around the 7th gate. Remember I showed you where the 7th gate was? In the 13th moon, the 7th gate is right here. So here's how it happens. 31 and 71. You remember I mentioned 78, 88, and 77, the power to constellations. It starts over here and it heads over here. This one's over here is where this one takes over. This is Area 51. This is also noted as Area 11. It's also noted what is when you're cutting the corner. If you're starting at what is 1, if you're starting in the straight line, the corner is 13. If you're starting on the angle, the corner is 14 into the corner. But all the corners are 13s. All these corners are 13s. 1, 13, 1, 13, 1, 13. All the purple, right? All the purple are 7s. Right? They're 7s, but in the game, we're going to be calling them 6. According to the area space, these square spaces here, that's the smallest you can get. If you tell me you don't have a microscope, I do. This is it. I work on this basis. 1 square, 1 line, 1 dot. So this is where the 13 comes in. So now, yeah, before I bring anybody up, I want to finish this one piece before I move on so I can bring you up. I haven't looked who's here yet. Just give me a minute. I want to put back this background. So this is the background of the algorithm of 13. This is the background of the algorithm of 7. But before we get to the 7, we have to achieve 7. 1 times 3, 1 plus 3 is 3 and 4, 7. We work ourselves up to 3 times 4, 3 plus 4 equals to what is 19. And when you get to 19, what you end up with is this area over here into the ocean, the power of the oceans right over here. Right? Everything that we read in all our books, right, are all how everything was created. Everything that has to be remembered is going to end up somewhere, right? And it's not once, right? You have to do 360. You have to do 360 of everything, right? And the minimum in creation is 3 and 4. Outside creation is 1 and 2. So we're talking about 2 letters. 1 letter, 2 letters, then 3 letters, 1 letter, 2 letter, 3 letters. So here's your 13. So here's your 999,000 divided by 13 equals to 76,923. Okay, when you do, if you chose another number, if you chose like 88 and you asked me where 88 would be in this, I would go 7 by 13. It would be in the 4th position. It would be in the 4th position. It would be in the 4th position over here. Right? Because you just keep going over again. 1, then you go over it again. 14, and you go over it again. 1, 14, 27, right? 27 Trinity. The other one is 21. 21, 27. So this one over here is where we run our 13 moons, but it doesn't run the same way. But if you look at it, every single line added up with all the numbers, right? Right? So we're going to start in the first box up over here. How do I do that? Hold on. You look over here, it equals to 27. But if you look here, they're not the same numbers. If you look between box 2 and 3, they're not the same numbers, but box 1 and box 3 are. Box 1, 3, and 4 are all the same. When you go down to the bottom, right, box number 12 over here, right, see this box number 12 over here, right? And this box over here, sorry, we're going to do this one here. This one over here is just like the first box, 1 and 12 equals to 13. So if we ran off the clock, 1 and 12 equals to 13. I'm not going to use this one over here if I wanted to create 13, if I wanted to create my 12 clock. If not, I'm going to count the 13th moon into here. 12 is created within the 13, within the house. There is an algorithm. The algorithm stops on 12. I have an algorithm on bricks, but not right now. So when you stop over here, 1 is like 12. 2 is like 11. 3 and 4 is like 9 and 10. 5, 6, 7, and 8, right? 5, 6, 7, and 8 are all the same numbers. So you start at Leo. You go into Virgo on one side of the zodiac. You jump Scorpio, and you jump into Libra on the second side, and you connect these 4 together. 5 and 8, 13 and 13, 26 connected on the inside to 24 connected on the outside. Let me just get this. 5, 6, 7, 8, between what is 3 and 4, 7, to what is 9 and 10, 19. Let me see. I just want to see 13, 13, 26 over here. And this one's going to be 30 over here. I just want to see the encompassment, what the difference is. And then this one is going to be encompassed between 2 and 11 over here. How is this? Okay. Okay, it works out. Okay, I'm going to look at that. Okay, So that's what we see over here. Now, when you add up 76923153846230769, each one of them equal 27. In fact, this whole board, every row equals to 27. 540, the same numeric value of the sun, 54, the heart of everything. This comes off of the calculation and understanding the 7-day week average divided by 999, which I don't need 999. I can just use 9 or 8. Doesn't matter what I divide by 7. The answer's there. Divide anything by 7, the answer's there. Anything by 13, the answer's over here. We're going to take 55 divided by 13 equals to 23076. 23076. 52. No, can't do that. It's going to equal to 4. It's going to fit over here. The deck of cards fits us right over here. So that would be, I think, inside the 876. Inside of 6. So, look, close my eyes. Oh, I got nothing. Hold on. Okay. 556 divided by 13 equals to 76923. 76923. 76923. So that number is going to be the first box, the 10th box. So the numbers 7 and 13 are like an absolute perfect. So, Wadak was here and then Wadak left. You know, all the people, look at all the people living in. Okay, I need something to drink. This tea is so good, I'm going to get another cup of it. I think it comes from Cynthia. Thank you, Cynthia, for sending me this tea. I've been drinking it all week, and look at me. My ABCs are getting better and stronger. I even got more meat on all the skeleton of that alphabet they delivered to us at birth. But don't forget, keep away the empires. I tell you, I amp it up. I really, really amp it up. I don't want you to smell like this. I just want this, right? You smell like this, get away, right? But when this smells like this, it's because you used up your energy. That's why you're just degaging it. You know what I'm saying? Because this smells the same way in as it goes out. And I'm telling you, this goes in and it comes out everywhere. It comes out of your skin, it comes out of your mouth, it comes out of your nose, it comes out of your butt, it comes out of your feet, it comes out of everywhere. If you slept with this tonight, okay, now, I'm going to tell you right now, before you go to sleep with this, please look online, right? Don't take my word for anything. I'm just telling you for myself. This is a personal thing, me and my garlic. I got my rag. You got yours? You know, that's one thing about Ramses. It was really true. It was really true. Like, there's a discussion on this page, like, that there was a hijacking, and I'm going, what's that hijacking? Remember, this is for entertainment and game purpose only. And that hijacking, now that I'm getting stuck moving this stuff over. You know, they say hijack. They say don't say it when you're in the air. Do you understand what I'm saying? The 3 and 7 is where the hijack comes in. When you move over from 3 through the ocean into 7. Now, did they hijack us, you know, for 25 years to life, and then they let you go? Now you fall into the algorithm. You don't benefit from the system. You need those first 25 years. You know, they say you're still growing up to the age of 25, right? Well, you're always growing. I'm just saying there is that 25 years to life that there's a big change still going on. There's a reflection, and it just so happens I have 3 dice that when you see 222, right, you're going to see 555. When you see 555, you will see 444. When you see the 444, you will see the 777 in your 222. 2 gates. Why 2 gates? Why 2 gates? First of all, there's 2 separations. 222 is there's never more than 3 sides. The other gate is within. Actually, within on both sides, outside the house, like the portal in, the portal out. The 7-7, I'm just trying to think. There's something else going with this. This equals to both 6 and 3. Your creation in the gate comes from here because 222 is 6, 777 is 21, 2 and 1 is 3. The heart of the cube of 36 is 555. When you add 1 through 36, it equals to 666. When you arrive at number 18, that is half of 36. When you add 1 to 18, it equals to 171. 1 times 7, 1 plus 7 equals to 7, 8. That's where the power of the constellations and the dividing gate of Q comes in. What is that? The lower house of 1, 2, 3, 4 equals to 10. The average is 2.5 association. The upper house of 6, 7, 8, 9 is 30. The average of the 30 is 7.5 association. Four by 7.5. The lower house is 1, 2, 3, 4 equals to 10. The average is 4 by 2.5. 75 is a representation of the bringing together the male, the female, and it's through the electric moon, right? You ask yourself, why 60 seconds on the clock, not 100%? Because we run in Trinity. We run 60 of 100. We run in the halfway house. We run at 30. We run at 30. The connection of the moons and the sun. In order to connect, it's 30 plus 10 plus 30, or what is 1 and 2 and 3 equals to that 6, and 4 equals to 10. As well, when 30 connects in the lower realm, 70 connects in the upper realm, or more or less 3 and 7. I'm just trying to think of what else there is. Yes, the other connect now is the 1 and 9 connect, the 2 and 8 connect, the 3 and 7 connect, the 4 and 6 connect. All these connects, okay, are E world connects. Okay, why? Because I only used 2 numbers to equate to 10. Now my average is 5, but I needed to use the lower world of 1, 2, 3, 4, where the average was 2.5, and now it doubles up. Where I needed 4 numbers to equal to 10, these 4 numbers connecting to the upper realm will now all equal to 40. Where your 1 and 9 is 10, your 2 and 8 is 10, your 3 and 7 is 10, your 4 and 6 is 10. Everything passing through the 5 area. Yeah, they need a bell in here. I'm absolutely agreeing with you. Oh my God, Cynthia just rang the bell. We're going to put her under the scope now. Is Cynthia coming in? Because this is going to be like the last 15, 20 minutes of the live. Hi, how are the fruits and vegetables?
Greetings. Yes,
Greetings.
everything is good. There's a tornado today.
Oh yeah? Where?
There was a tornado watch. Yeah, I had a tornado watch in my town today. It passed over, of course.
Hold on, no, Passover was last week, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Hold on, are you giggling or are you writing laugh out loud and it's coming out in voice? Oh my God, it's
That
a
was like 10
barrel!
minutes ago.
What's that?
Yay, hi. I said hi.
See, now we know just by her face there's a chance it's a girl.
Yeah, I'm a real person.
So,
Surprise.
I walked into the mirror one morning and I looked at the mirror, I said, beard, I said, boy. But I also fell down once. I looked at my mother and I said, beard, I said, boy. She says, no, girl. It's that silly time of the show. Oh my God. So
Oh, you still haven't rang your bell.
Oh no, I'm gonna ring my bell in a minute.
Okay, great.
I
Yeah,
usually don't do it.
that's why I'm here. No, I'm kidding.
Okay. Oh my God, this is insane.
Yeah, I really like what you have done with the Mayan calendar. I was going to ask you, like, where can we find a print off of this? Do you have a print off that we could find, or should I just take a screenshot
Take a
again?
screenshot because believe it or not, I have only I don't know where the original is. It's put away. These are all my originals. I took this after I took this and not long after they took it off the market.
Oh,
This is you find me any number from 1 through 99 that can do what this does. Okay? I haven't found one yet. There are no algorithms that run like this.
yeah. Yeah, I know the Mayans, they were really good calendar keepers, and I understand like a lot of the Gregorian calendar is running based on their work.
Well, this does. I can show you exactly how it runs into this. I mean, first of all, pi is sitting right in front of you. Here's pi.
Yeah.
How much more do you have to say? It's only 6 numbers. So anytime somebody says, "What's pi?" You want to see pi? I'll show you pi. Here, let's do something. Woohoo! Okay. Every time I have a book I put on the counter, I come back, it's gone. You know why? You know why?
Moved it.
It's scared I'm going to write on it.
It ran away.
It's scared I'm going to write on its page. You know what I'm saying? I got a page here. You want to do something really cool? Because it's all about algorithms, right? I'm going to try and find Grill 8, page 10. No, page 12. No, I want to get a page 11. I need page 11 because it's on the opposite side. I need something on 7, 11. Come on, somebody give me something. Oh my God. Okay, so stop. Oh, page 7. Page 7 is good. Oh no, page 7 is done. Page 9. Page 9 is good. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. Okay, check it out. Ta-da-da. I have been doing this 20 years. I now have a board to put up over here to sit my iPad down so you can see my work below. Look at this. I enriched myself with a hobby. I passed through another day using this mind, a happy mind, of course. Because when you start to learn about these numbers, everybody thinks you have a happy mind that turns around this way. Is this for the mouse going around this way? I mean, all my friends love me. Every time they see me, they like do these cuckoo jokes. They go, cuckoo. They go, who's home? They say nobody. I go, oh, like last time, no one home. That's why I'm a microprocessor. I need water to regenerate. I take my time. I connect to the breath. Here we go, Ginger. Let's go. Got that up there. Gonna take this baby over here, slip it up here, take this off of here. Woohoo! I'm acting like a real pro now. Oh, just made that mistake. How do I do that? There. Oh, why doesn't it go off over there? No, there. Hey, it ain't working. It ain't coming off. Oh no. Mr. Bill, no. Turn me around. Help. Oh, help. Save me. Oh, thank God I can see again. I was looking at the ceiling, you know. It was scary up there. You ever look up there? Oh my God, this is so nutty. This is so crazy. Look what's going on. There's a big eye. Oh, they're scaring me. No, help me out. Please save me. Oh, it's even worse. It's even worse if you have to walk in this place. They got all kinds of lines. I can never put my foot on that line. It'll break my mother's back. Okay, let's do this. Did I scare everybody away? Is there still anybody here?
You sound like the gingerbread man.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay. So let me see where I am.
Gumdrop buttons.
Okay, we're at 5. Okay. So we're going to change this whole board around. Choose any number but 1, 3, 6, or 9.
2.
Thank God. You ready?
Yes.
Okay, let's put on some scary music over here. Where's my phone? I want to listen to Dracula music, please. Just tones.
It says grill on there. Is that for grid in French?
Yes. Oh, yes, there's another word. Yes. This word, there's another word, right? I forgot to mention yesterday. There's another French word I have to bring out. First of all, we have the professor. We have to use the professor and the student. Don't forget about that. Can you write that down? Professor and the student have to come out. Okay. The 7 and 9, for those who don't know, right? For those who don't know, if I don't tell you right now, 7 and 9, okay, they work together, right? 7 and 9 work together before 8, right? When you come to the 8, you're going to be including 8 and 18, and this is where our H comes in, okay? It reverses to IS, right? This is where you can use this word that comes in, or this word that comes in, or Isaac, or, you know, or anything you want, right? This becomes the mother, right? Or it becomes 51 and 28 equals to 79, becoming of the mother. And when you create that, 13 equals 7 and 14 equals to 9. And this is where the house gets divided. Over here, this is where your 8 and 18 come in, and this is where the son comes in. This is where the house gets split, right over here at the mother. See, in this one, it becomes 4 by 20. So it becomes the house of the teacher. Over here becomes 420. Then you add on, okay, your creation, which is 10, okay, 10x, whatever it is, into the star system inside this. Your house that you play in is 60, and then you add on the rest, which will be through the 60s, and then through stars, which will be 11 through what is 19, right? But there's a whole story because there's an extra dimension within inside of this. The minute you create a circle, that circle is automatically 18 by 2. Because you start off with your protractor in the center, and if you call it 180, it's 180 here and it's 180 here. It gets a 90 split down the center. And I'm going to use the 90 split down the center for something to do with height, but also the L angle is going to give me animal. So when you breathe in, right, into the house, because you come into the house, you come in with the animal soul. So it becomes the land and, which becomes 31 and 19 is your entry point. Where does this come from? Over here, it's both DNA. And it intergrained in your DNA is your non-disclosure agreement inside of this. So we're just going to take this away now and just show you the grill. This is page 8. This is what happened to it.
Someone was asking in the comments, you're saying 13 becomes 7, how it does. I think they're asking how the 13 becomes 7.
Seven by 13 equals 91. There's 13 cards in a suit. When you add up all the cards together, it equals to 91. The average is 7.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point because the 91 is the spirit.
When you look at the Mayan calendar,
Yeah, and then 13 plus 7 is the 20, and then that's for the 13 moon.
so here's the Mayans. 7 areas over here, 13 areas over here. Here's this. When you connect your 7s on the cube, when you connect your 7s on the cube, just want to just put this here. When you connect the 7 on the cube, right? You connect this 7, okay? When you connect the 3, 4, 7, the opposite is 7, 6, 13. When you connect the 9, 4, 13, the opposite is 1, 6, 7. When you connect the 5, 2, 7, the opposite is 8, 5, 13. This is the 7, 13 conversion through the 52 cards in the deck of cards. There are 4 suits by 13 equals to 52. And there are 4 times each suit equaling to 91 equals to 364 days or 28 days by 13 moons. So is it concise enough?
Oh yeah, yeah. It makes sense to me because I've followed you for so long.
And then
What I would suggest for people who are new, to just kind of listen and maybe take notes and then come back and take more notes. And pretty soon when you're taking notes, because I've been following Tech Pants for a while. I've also watched his videos that he has on his YouTube channel. And I take my own notes. So I have a notebook full of notes. And after a while, everything does start to come together and form a very complex picture, right? But it all works together with the zodiac. I'm mostly the zodiac and he's the cube, but they work together. So yes, it makes sense. He says, where do you go to begin learning this? Okay, so I would suggest you need to kind of know about your zodiac, and how it works with the dice. The dice are for the paradise earth, and the die connects with the Saturn ring, right? So you've got the Saturn's cube that connects with your zodiac and your Great Pyramid, and all your ship shapes, they come together. So it is the analog system that he's teaching, and then he utilizes the tool of the Mayans calendar, because keep in mind, all these great calendars that are here on the earth, these great ancient cultures, they did check the celestials, and they did chart them, and they did follow them. So their calendars are accurate. And us in our time period, we've just picked up some of the work. Now their work might look different, but if you look at all the works all across the board, they're all the same because they're all using the same celestials for guidance. And it is a grand mathematical system. You don't have to go outside and see these celestials. You can just track them utilizing math.
Okay, so what I did is 20 years ago I had like a weird encounter. For many years I've asked myself, how do we connect to the outside source if there is an outside source? And I demanded it so much that I cracked something open. And one night I had a vision of, Mary in the sky, and everything was going really fast. I'll tell you that. Everything I looked at was more. So every night I went to sleep, it's like I started having these dreams about the alphabet. Draw a straight line, and it was like when you draw straight lines and you bubble them, you can recreate. You can give meat to stick man objects. So every day it started to tell me a different story here and there. I started thinking, and I wasn't well at the time. Well, in the way that I couldn't do anything. I didn't want to do anything other than this, and they made me sick. They made me sick because I didn't know what the system was like in 2005. I thought they were there to help me, but there was no help there, right? They just wanted me to stop thinking all the time. And you know what's crazy? Because the
Yeah.
first piece you start on, do you know what the first piece we start on with, what it is?
Well, I
It's,
want to say ourself.
well,
You
no,
start on yourself.
the first part I started on the night had the vision was when I saw the mother of Jesus. Is the first thing I started on was started measuring my blanket. All the blankets at the hospital looked like they came from the times of Moses, and all I was thinking about was the devil. And all my stuffs were lined up with Krista Berg, God and the devil, God and the devil. What's the competition between the two? I tried to understand the difference, and then just over time, I just started studying games, and then it came to what's fair, only what's fair. Understanding how to use these as blueprints, how to use the calculator as a blueprint, how to look at the alphabet as a blueprint, as a character of connecting dots and dashes, and how can we figure out something when everything is who knows what's true for the fact check. So the fact check comes in like this: the games that are fair give me directives. I can put any word into different games and use that game mode like I did with baseball. On 9 pitches, it's over. But on 16 pitches, a run is batted in. So there's a lot of elements going on with the runner on base, you know. We know that second base is between first and third. So if we're using 1, 2, and 3, we can understand what 2 is, right? I don't know if I have a hair in my head.
Yeah, see, for me, mine was like the dreams. I had dreams as well, and I was being shown numbers. And I started my study with the zodiac. Now I'm 10 years into the study of the zodiac, and I was directed to the cube because I do know that we are the gods and the devils here because we're the ones who are here creating. We're the creators here, and I do know that we're perfect. So this is what the zodiac had showed me. And then when I came to the cube and saw that you were using and utilizing the dice, it made perfect sense to me because of pair of dice earth. I've always heard this in my head. This is a part of my upbringing was for paradise earth and the birds of paradise and then the diet. And you know, I'm an Aquarius, so I find lots of anomalies. I connect many words together. I am very big in the construction and deconstruction of words because keep in mind, people are still here today creating new words.
Deconstruction. Construction.
Yes, taking it apart and putting it back together.
Right. I just wanted to separate just the 2 letters that were added on because, you know, when somebody asks me what I do, so if somebody asks me what I do, you actually do the same thing, but you didn't say it. So when you deconstruct and you construct something, it also goes along with that word because you added on the DE. The D and E is a passageway. The D and E is the IT system. We're in an IT system right now. It's an electrical system. I'm not sure if it's within the breath causing what they call gravity to happen. Right, different animals. I can show you a picture yesterday of this crazy thing that happened. I mean, it wasn't crazy. It happens all the time, but just to be witness. Hold on a second. First of all, this shadowy moon. Have you ever seen a shadowy moon? See, it won't even let me show you the picture. It won't even let me show you the picture. You see that?
Yeah.
See the shadow? You see this? But if you take a good close look, there's a cover over it. You see that cover? Check that cover out.
Yeah, possibly a shadow. Yeah.
Shadow over the moon.
Well, it depends on what was the time. There
Oh
are so
no,
many.
I saw this. I saw this.
Yes, I'm not saying that you didn't, but I'm saying like sometimes the Earth, depending on our rotation throughout the year, the Earth will cast a shadow over the moon. And so like that's what I was showing, like with the math, the divine calculations. People want to know, is AI running the system? And
Well, look at AI.
they
Look.
can math. They can do long calculations with lots of math and predictions as well, because the zodiac is what we all use for the future predictions. Your squirrel was so cute.
Isn't that
How did
great?
he climb down the brick wall? That's amazing.
Look.
He's like Spider-Man. It's amazing.
So
I've
when
never
we're
seen a
talking
squirrel do
about
that.
gravity, if the squirrel jumped into the air, the squirrel would fall, right? The brain of the Woody Woodpecker is not like our brain, and neither is the squirrel's brain. It's very funny the way the brains are wrapped up, the way they were explaining the brain. Okay, I was looking at different brains in birds. Because they use because they say you're a bird brain, or you're a vegetable, or you have no brains, or your brain is where your butt is. Your brain is where your butt is. How can we disregard our whole anatomy as being something of another, right? You have the limb, well, we'll store it there. You lose the limb. The first place of losing the limb for me is the thought of a place where you once had the energy stored. Now everything's got to move and disposition itself. The body takes time to do that, and then it heals itself. Possibly it should grow back, right? It should grow back.
Well,
Eh?
they're showing with the vibrations. I don't know what you're following, but I know what I have been shown. But I have been shown, like with the vibrations and the mathematical numbers, we can fine tune a lot of the digital vibrations and utilize those upon our body to help the body heal, to help the body even like regrow your teeth, possibly regrow limbs. And this is reached by means of a frequency. So, it's a part of our bodies. And I know a lot of people are probably not going to believe this, but we actually had all of this technology in the beginning. It's just a lot of stuff is like coming back into the game because it's time. The game has been set from the beginning, and there are certain times of release and begin-end cycles.
And now, adding on to what you just said, and adding on to the divided house along the vertical and horizontal, which spells out the word air. In order to repair itself, you need what is in the void, that is in the plus, which equals to this song.
Semblait avoir tout pour elle. Elle était née avec un physique de mannequin.
Sorry. Apologies.
Love is in the air. Everywhere I look around.
Wow, do you see that?
Yeah, everywhere you look around. And see, you tap in.
No, the minute I put it close to my TikTok, it shut it down.
Yeah, I have stuff like that happen a lot, like a glitch. Isn't it funny when the glitch happens? It seems to be at an important time.
Every sight.
Yeah, it must be something to do with the algorithm of this platform.
Without me.
You want me to tell you what it is? Check this out. Check. I'm just going to play anything. Okay, I'm going to play this.
Maybe the frequencies have a problem working together between each other's.
I shut my TikTok off of my phone. Another brick on the wall. Teachers, leave those kids alone. 17 numbers reside in the TH area. When you go to fourth, it is no longer third. It is no longer the Bronze James version of it. When it is fourth, it is time heaven. It is TH. TH goes from fourth all the way to 20th, where it separates in multitudes of areas between 12 and 13, between 13 and 14.
Lorsqu'il s'agit de votre chat, seul Whiskas.
Okay, we'll shut this off. So everything has a place. Everything has a place, has a reason for its own existence. Oh, yes, this is one piece I do want to show.
Oh, I like that.
This one,
That's beautiful.
that's the
The blue.
Twin Towers.
Yes, I see that.
These are all my chickies all running around. No, help me out. No, I'm having trouble. Well, what about these? But I'm
Yes,
getting,
I like those.
but it's all the same thing. You can just see in January, it's like this, right? So imagine all our constellations are on a ball.
Well, it's the vault of the ceiling. It's the vault.
I mean, what, do you know where Pegasus is in here? Because according to my work, for those who would want to know, when I began this, they told me our constellation where we are right now is the constellation of Pegasus. Here's Aries over here. So here's Leo over here. Look, here's Boots over here for Puss in Boots Communication Centers. Here's Canine, right? Here's the dog over here. Here's Aquarius. They come together. Yeah, I spoke about bringing Q and U together. One of the things about Q and U, okay, and you have to think about bowling, is it's the 17th and 21st letter, okay? It is the supporting, when you go to blackjack, what happens in blackjack is the dealer stands on 17, which means if the dealer has less than 12 or more than 17, right, there's no chance the dealer can bust or go over. But in order for the players at the table to scream out and to participate in this, they will be calling out for a monkey. So when they call out for a monkey, they're asking for a 10. So all of a sudden, now we understand monkeys. Now we understand 10. Now we understand that when this happens, it's going to be between the 12 and the 16 that's going to happen. 12 and 16 is going to represent purple. Okay, there is no purple ball. There is no a ball out of the game of pool past 16. It's 4 times 4, 4 plus 4, separating the black ball from the white ball. In this instance, separating the game, the trinity, the trinity of the game. I freaking just found $1. What are you complaining? He's been complaining for 12 years up there. The bees, what have you done to my bees? You know, they're not buzzing as well as they used to. And then they're just cleaning up. Everybody's just busy cleaning up from the big, all the chickens over here. You help me out, I'll help you out. Oh, come on, stop complaining. We've been here for years hanging out in this world. You're not scared. Are all these demons in your head? I don't know. Woohoo! I just found money on my bed. I can't believe it. You can't believe what I find in my bed. I just can't believe it.
Yeah, see, like when you say monkey, I automatically picture a golden monkey.
Well, you do know I've
Or I
had.
see the monkey. There's a famous monkey, and he has symbols. And see, the symbols take me to the bell. So I see a gold bell. I see the gold monkey. Of course, I go to Indiana Jones from there.
So let's see if I can get you a monkey out of this. I never know where my monkey picture is. I really don't.
Then I think like Planet of the Apes. I know we're on Planet of the Apes with the pin. You know, the
What?
monolith and all that. It's so funny. Yeah, see, and then the pig pen. Yes.
Ah! They want to bite me. This is the reason for 2020, everybody. This is the reason for 2020 for those who don't know. This is our Centre de la Communication. Hello, can I help you? Press 1 if you need me. Press 2 if you need me more. Press 3 if you're waiting too long. Press 4 if you want to wait longer. Press 5 if you want to take a swim. Press 6. Oh, hold on a second. Don't press anything right now. Take a break. Listen to the music. Choose from 1, choose from 2, choose from 3, choose from 4. Sorry, all our lines are busy right now. Please call back later.
Yeah, I used to could press 1 for yes and 2 for no, and now I cannot. Now I have to say it, yes or no. I can't press 1 for yes or 2 for no. Why did they have to change it? Now I have to have an extra step.
You know already to get out of the matrix system, as I understand, is to understand the system itself. Okay, so what I do is when you say dial or you say compose or expose, okay, or to depose, right? Pose can also be noted as a picture, just like you can say, hold on a
Dove and
sec.
dove?
What is that?
Dove and dove?
Yes, you can use that too also. So when you use the word dough, you're using 1 and you end with 1. So there's a word that they use out there in dough or the word do. Oh yes, it's when do you take this wedding and holy matrimony and you repeat, yes, I do. That word do is a division in the association. You want me to explain to you why?
Yeah.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
Yeah, and then I was thinking about dove, the syllables possibly, yes.
Yeah, so dove and like love, LOVE is the difference between D and L. It's in the third dimension. So D is in.
Oh, see, if I say love, like loaf, it sounds like a piece of bread, like a loaf. Love, like loaf.
So now if you're doing that.
Love next to dove. Yeah, see, I got all this information, and in case anybody's wondering, from Dr. Seuss.
Right, and that guy that just came on here. So the V in Spanish can be replaced with a B in sound, where the V in sound can also, in some words, be exchanged for the F when they come in with 5 or 5th. So I mentioned something that I was going to do before. I don't remember where it is, the queen, the king, the this, the that. Oh, yes. I'm going to do this board. Earlier on, I did the father, the mother, the brother, the sister. Well, the word sister does not have an H inside of it. So what is not within the sisters? Is it because the sisters is what connects to Jacob's ladder, connecting the heavens? Like I have one staff here and one staff here, and then I connect the transistors to connect them all.
Yeah.
Now, LGBT is also for the power up, right? The LG. So the LG is also part of the 12 and 7 or Elohim part, because that's the way I've connected this. It's also 127 is half, 254 should be the actual number. What that is 274 centimeters will be 100 inches. But when I'm calculating things, I want to calculate and reach an island. Like 12, if something would equal to 12, that would be the island of 12 months. 13 would be the island of 13 moons. 7 will be the 7 days a week. But we also have 1, 4, 7 are 3 major islands. 16, 13, and 10 are 3 major islands. Anything that adds up to a single digit to equal this is what our Trinity creation is all about. 1 times 3 is 3. 3 times 4 is 12. 1 and 2 is 3. 3 by 7 is 21. 2 and 1 is 3. 3 by 2 is 6. 3 by 5 is 15. 1 and 5 is 6, the letter O. 3 by 8 is 24. 2 and 4 is 6, the letter X. Fox 45 equals to 666, the passing gates through the female. separating your 9/11. Here's where the Federation comes in. Elon Musk, Jacob's Ladder. Right over here, the Spirit of 76, one area gate, right into the E-world, right at the power gate, controlling all power. 4664, 101 away from 5, 101, 103 away from 7. I'm just trying to see where else I was. Yes, this is the last.
Yes, this is the last.
Uh-oh.
It's going to be the last piece in this, if anybody wants to ask me any other questions. So what we're going to do is we're going to complete this by moving all the numbers. 9, 9. Where's this one over here? Grill 5. Grill 5, page 9. Grill 7, page 9. Page 11. Okay, this is it over here. 7, 1, 9. 3, 4, 2, 6, 8, 5. 3, 2, 8. 5, 6, 1. 4, 7, 9. 6, 5, 4. 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3. 1, 7, 5. 4, 8, 2. 9, 3, 6. 5, 4, 7, 8, 6, 3, 2, 9, 1. 6, 7, 5. 9, 2, 4. 8, 1, 3. Very important number. 2, 5, 7, 1, 9, 6, 4, 3, 8, 9, 6, 2, 5, 3, 7, 8, 1, 4, 2, 9, 6, 7, 5, 1, 3, 4, 8. So far, so good. We can all see that. So now let's do it. Everybody knows Sudoku? You can't have the same number in any other box. Here it is. We're going to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2. Oh, wait a second. Something's wrong here. Something's wrong here. This is 2, this is 1. Okay. 1, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or I can do check what we can do now. We can do 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 3, 7, 8, 9. Or we can go 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we can do all of that. So that's the magic of numbers. So, oh, she's gone. Okay, I didn't see that. I guess she had to go. That's okay. Just hope you're having a good afternoon. I'll be leaving soon anyways. So let me see what else is here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the loving the art. Yeah, so I think that's it for the afternoon. I have a few things to do. Got to get out. I hope everybody enjoyed. If you have any questions, send me a personal message. If you want a reading of any sort, no problem. Tell me what you want. I'll look for it. If I can't do it, I won't do it. No charge. If you want to support the channel, you know, I've been doing this for 20 years. I started with zero. I didn't know which way to go with creation. And now I absolutely know 100% that there's a computer that created all that I have found, because there's no way it's this perfect. Impossible. From the teacher to the professor to all the, you need a break today, and Big Mac, and all these words are all just part of the algorithm. If you want to talk about 666, number 13, millions of years ago, things that were extinct, when the breath comes into the occupation over here, who we are based on numbers. Nothing happens until into the third month, right? The only thing that affects a child into the third month is it only affects the mother, only, and then the father, only. All the way along until the breath is taken. Nothing enters until the breath is taken. So if you have any questions, I didn't really show off what's going on the floor. I'm not going to explain this right now. There's a bag on the floor. So these are just, I set up this one. I never put it together yet. I don't like to say it. But you can use a straight line. You can use an X. You can use an O. These squares connect to 4 dots. I can either use 9 dots to create it, or I can use 4 to create it. These were created with individual connections. This is the game, okay? First of all, to let you know, why 36, why 12? 12, 12, 12. Cardinal, fixed, mutable. Sections of 12, sections of 12, 2 18s meeting at the cube. When the Pope died this week, passed away, passed on, I say it as it is, pass through over here. This is the cube. This is area 111, 555, right over here. We can overlap it, right? The 555 only begins down by this tail, by the way. But this area over here is 111, over here. 555 ends up over here. 171, the gateway. Another brick on the wall creates the message on the wall. It says high Q. Why? When you divide it up, it creates the H and the I. The H and the I are the 8th and 9th letter. So what H and I, 8 and 9, can revert in the lower world is 1 and 2. We're not going to get into that right now. It's also as well, it creates 5 and 2 when you go around the letter with the 5 and you go around with the 2. I just created this offset. You want to get the 5G TV? See, one of the basic only white spots in the house. These over here. The delta angle with reason in our creation in the half-life. Share it if you like it. Share the artwork. Maybe we can get someone down here and save this place, because they know that, because this new owner that came in here, at first he wanted to paint, wanted to throw me out. Every year it's something else with the rent. The rent has gone up over 50% in the last 4 years here. He knows I can't move. And he goes for the maximum, whatever it is. I fought him for the last 5 years, and this is my first year. I didn't fight anymore because the end of my numeric cycle ends in 2027. And if I see that the numbers are off by the end of 2027, then we'll have to go into 2028. For me, it doesn't end. The reflection of the year, just to go over one thing, the year 2000 was an equivalent to the year 1920. The year 2030 is the equivalent to the year 2030. Everybody knows what happened. Sorry, it equals to the year 1930. Everybody knows what happened in 1929. Yeah, okay, gotta go. We'll speak again. I'm not sure. Let me see what's all going on here. Thank you for the roses, much appreciated. But we're gonna end it now. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Watch out for the big bad wolf.